A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Hang out the flags of victory. Mary has won her objective. She's returning to Sanders with the famous Swiss specialist, Dr. Louis DeRoy. To fully appreciate this, you must remember that Phyllis, Max's sister, has been a cripple for several months, and that this doctor has had wide experience in curing cases similar to hers. Mary went to Chicago to ask him if he would examine Phyllis, and found that he'd made arrangements to leave the country. She was almost ready to believe she'd failed in her mission when Cheney, a tender-hearted hoodlum, took a hand in the matter and in his own way persuaded the doctor to see her. Mary talked to him, and now they're on a train bound for Sanders. The train has just pulled out of the station, and Mary and Dr. DeRoy are settling themselves in the quiet and peace of a private drawing room. You're sure you're quite comfortable, Mrs. Anderson?
Oh, this is heaven, Doctor. After all the excitement this evening, just sitting quietly is grand.
Yes, I agree. We had a few, shall I say, nerve-wracking moments. But on the whole, I'm glad I had this experience.
You are? Well, I thought this whole affair would give you a terrible impression of America.
On the contrary, nothing very wrong in what happened. Man Cheney was simply determined that I see. Of course, he used rather unusual methods to bring about our meeting, but it all worked out very well.
All except his part. Awful the way he had to climb down that fire escape when the policeman came in.
I'd like to know more about Mr. Cheney and his escape. Do you know his story?
No, very little, Doctor. He came to Sanders to open a gambling room in a hotel. The place was raided before they actually started in business. Some of the men were caught, but he escaped.
He's an odd type. A dual personality, you might say. One moment, a gangster, the next, a good Samaritan.
He may have a divided personality, Doctor, but I don't think you could call even the bad side of him a gangster. He's never actually harmed anyone as far as stealing or murder is concerned. I think he's too troubled living up to what's expected of him.
That's certainly a strange statement. How do you arrive at that decision, Mrs. Sanders?
Well, I may be wrong, but I think he probably made a few bad starts in life, and, well, people aren't always very tolerant, you know. Sometimes they type him too quickly.
Typing? What does that mean?
Oh, I don't know just how to explain it, but I've often read where actors and actresses complained about being given type parts. For instance, a girl might play the part of an injured wife, and if the director she worked for kept on giving her that kind of part, her audience would always expect her to be an injured wife.
I see. That part would become her character, her type.
Yes, that's what I mean about Mr. Cheney. The wrong things Mr. Cheney may have done in the beginning made big people believe that he was a gangster. And, well, he's not. He's been acting tough because they expected of him.
I wonder if that mightn't be the answer to a good many men and women who have, they say, gone wrong.
I think it is, Doctor. And I believe if we took the reverse attitude with them, it would help.
Expect them to be fine and decent, and they would be? Is that your theory?
Oh, sounds a little sugary, looking for sweetness and light and everything. And I don't imagine it would always work, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't do any harm.
All right, Mrs. Sanders. Humanity can stand a little faith and confidence in one another.
The nice thing about real faith, Doctor, is that it doesn't disappoint you. Phyllis had perfect faith that you'd come to Sanders. And here you are on your way.
I'm anxious to meet this young girl.
She's very sweet, Doctor.
Well, I can well imagine. To have inspired the loyalty she's received from you, Mr. Cheney, she must be a very extraordinary person.
No, she's not extraordinary. She's just a simple young wife. There are millions like her all over our country, but she's very important, Doctor. Important in the same way they're important. She's the head of a home.
I see. She has children, too, Mrs. Amos?
A boy and a girl. The boy's just a baby.
Who takes care of the children now?
They're at the clinic. Wasn't anything else we could do with them. I take them over to see her occasionally.
And her husband?
Oh, Danny's just a boy himself. He's only 22.
Oh, yes, yes. Pity they must know such sorrow.
Oh, they'll be so happy when they meet you, Doctor. Right now, Danny and Max are probably waiting. Oh, dear, why didn't I tell them you were with me?
Well, you had scarcely time to send a wire at all.
No, it was a short one. I just said, arriving 12:30. And then I saw you waving to me from the gate, so I just scribbled the name and ran.
Well, perhaps the surprise will be pleasant.
Oh, no danger of it not being. Everyone there, Doctor, thinks you're the most wonderful doctor in the world.
Oh, that will be a reputation to live up to.
But you live up to it.
Well, I think you're testing your theories on me. This business of confidence in a man being what we expect him to be.
I did it unconsciously, Doctor. But I do believe in the idea. And in this instance, I'm sure it's going to work out.
Danny, well, what time you got, huh? Oh, this turn of mine is slow.
12:23 and a half. That's 2 minutes and 15 seconds since you asked me before.
Yeah, all right. You want to make something of it?
No. I know how you feel, Mac. You're anxious to see Mary.
Oh, am I? I can hardly wait until she gets here.
Phyllis will be glad to see her, too. You know, she's lost without Mary.
Oh, sure, I guess we all are.
Gee, it's getting kind of chilly out here on the platform. Want to go inside and sit down?
No, I couldn't stay put. I'm better off out here in the air.
Okay, I'll be a fresh air fiend, too.
Gee, but I feel sorry for Mary, Danny. It must be tough coming back here alone.
Are you sure she's alone, Mac?
Are you crazy, Danny? Wouldn't she have said something if he was coming?
Yeah, I guess so, sure. Let's see that wire again.
Here, I got it right here.
Hmm.
You can tell the way she must have felt. Why, she didn't even use up the 10 words.
She was low, all right.
You can't blame her. She goes all the way to Chicago to get this pill roller, and he turns her down.
I'd like to poke him in the nose.
Yeah, I'd like to help
that poor little snugger figure thought sure if he got here he'd find some way to cure it.
Well, don't worry, kid. Don't worry. We'll get her back on her feet some way. And right now, we got to do a little high-class acting for Mary.
What do you mean, Ray?
Well, see, when Mary pulls in here, her heart's going to be just about busted. Because she isn't bringing that doc back here with her like she said she would.
Oh, well, gee. Mary knows we don't blame her.
I know.
She was a peach to try as hard as she did.
But you see, you'll have to try and cheer her up a little, Danny. You know, tell her that maybe that pill roller wasn't so hot after all.
Oh, yeah, I catch.
Yeah.
You sure we can do that? I'll say that I'm darn glad that he didn't come because someone told us he was an awful phony.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Sure, we'll knock him, but good.
Yeah.
And then she'll figure that maybe it was better he didn't come.
Here comes the train now. Round the bend.
Well, but now remember, don't smear it on too thick. See, Mary ain't dumb, and, well, she's allowed to catch on that we're doing it just for her.
Oh, don't worry. We'll handle it okay.
All right. Here she is.
Yep, she's right on time.
Yeah, right on time. Hey, do you see Mary, Danny?
No, not yet. Say we better run towards the coaches. She wouldn't be in the parlor car.
All right, hurry up. We'll miss her.
Well, how can we miss her? She's getting off here.
Hey, nobody's getting off. What?
Oh, gee, that's funny. Oh, maybe she missed the train.
Well, she'd have wired if she had.
Well, she's not on.
That's Mary.
She's back there by the parlor car.
Hey, Mary. Hey. Well, we thought you weren't here.
Well, I traveled in the drawing room, if you please, Mr. Sanders.
Indeed, honey, but I'm glad to find
I'm so happy to be home, Max. And I
Hi, Mary. How are you?
Oh, wonderful, Danny. How's Phyllis?
Oh, she's fine. Boy, are we tickled you didn't bring back that quack doctor.
I'll say, now listen, don't you feel too bad about that guy. We got the real dope on him. Why, he couldn't beat a busted train.
Danny, please. This is Dr. DeRoy. Doctor, this is my husband, and Danny's friend.
How do you do, gentlemen? Oh, but how do you do?
I'm pleased to know you, sir.
I'm very glad to meet you two gentlemen. Mrs. Sanders has told me about you.
Yes, I told the doctor how we'd all been looking forward to his visit.
Oh, yeah, we certainly have. say, listen, we need you plenty bad, Doc.
So I gathered. Perhaps, Mr. Sanders, if you'd just let me see that broken fingernail, I might be able to do something for it.
Well, Dr. DeRoy was certainly a good sport to laugh off Max and Daddy's well-intentioned but extremely uncomplimentary remarks. Now we'll look forward to what this experienced specialist can do to help Phyllis Stratford regain her health so that she may again be a happy wife and mother.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous green girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High, but one of her favorite subjects at school is biology. Or to be completely honest about it, biology teacher Philip Boynton. He's tall, dark, handsome, and painfully timid. But Connie Brooks is still hopeful. In her own words,
I'm still hopeful that he'll look up from his experiments one day and decide that I compare favorably with some of his higher-type frogs. Somehow I feel that if I could just be alone with him a few hours, he wouldn't mind my not being wart green. It looks like last Saturday was going to be the day. I was thinking about my plans when my landlady, Mrs. Margaret Davis, obeyed my instructions to wake me at 8:30.
Connie, wake up, Connie. It's 8:30.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Davis.
Good morning, Connie. How did you sleep?
Pretty well, Mrs. Davis. How about you?
Well, I wasn't going to mention it, but now that you asked, my insomnia's got me a little worried. You see, for the past 3 nights, I've gone to bed at 9:30 and slept right through the night.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I missed the sleeping pill I'm supposed to take at 10. But I guess I'll be all right. Tell me, Connie, why did you leave me a note to wake you? What happened to your alarm clock?
Oh, it met with an accident yesterday morning.
What kind of an accident?
I threw it in the bathtub and stamped on it. Thanks for getting me up, though. I've got to be down at Carney's repair shop at 10. That's when they promised my car would be ready.
Oh, goodness, it's about time. How long has your car been in that repair shop, Connie?
Off and on, about 12 weeks.
How long have you had your car?
Off and on, about 12 weeks. I hope it holds together today. I'm driving Mr. Boynton to the football game with Clay City High.
Madison didn't play them last year, did it?
No, this is the first time. They say Clay City's an awfully nice little town. It's about 60 miles from here, I understand.
55 as the crow flies. You ought to make it in a couple of hours, easy.
Well, I'd better allow 3. My car makes about the same time a crow does on the ground.
Well, hurry and get dressed, Connie. I've got a surprise recipe for your breakfast.
I hope it's not as surprising as the last one, Mrs. Davis. Blubber burgers fried in deep seal fat. I'm afraid I haven't time for breakfast today. I'll just have a glass of milk.
Well, don't you even want to know what the surprise consists of?
Oh, no, thank you.
Well, I'll save it for you till tomorrow. It'll keep fine, although a little penicillin may form on the mold.
Probably do it a world of good. Well, I have to be running along now, Mrs. Davis. I've got to get my car, pick up Mr. Boynton, and then it's off to Clay City. Just think, we'll be alone together for 55 whole miles.
Oh, wonderful, Connie. I hope Madison runs up a big score.
Me too, but I'm more concerned about scoring with Mr. Boynton.
Joe Carney. I'll be with you in a minute, Miss Brooks. I just want to finish this fender here.
That finished it. Is my car ready, Joe?
Your car?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What did you bring it in for last?
One of the headlights needed a new bulb.
Oh, yes. Step into the office here a minute, will you? I'll get the sheet on that car. Have a seat, Miss Brooks.
Thank you.
Should be right here in the desk. Was that a Nash, Miss Brooks? 1935 convertible?
Yes, a late 35. Though it wasn't a convertible until I tried to go through a railroad crossing with the bars down.
Oh, Yes, here we are. You say one of the headlights needed a new bulb?
That's what you told me.
Funny, our mechanic found quite a bit of other work to do on the car.
What other work?
Well, your spark plugs were shot, so he replaced them, and the points were practically gone.
Where to?
Your valves needed grinding, and the wheels were way out of line. Of course, that could have been caused by the warped axle. Practically no ball bearing action left in the sprockets at all. And your transmission and differential had to be thoroughly revamped.
How did I get the car down here? On my back?
The steering knuckle was way off, so he had to pack that. But that wasn't too much trouble.
I'm glad.
He was down there ripping off the old brake lining anyway. The new voltage regulator we put in should help that shorten the wiring considerably, and a new oil filter will keep your motor cleaner.
Now, just a minute, Joe. You didn't say a word to me about any of those things when I left the car here.
Well, of course not, Miss Brooks. I had no way of knowing about them until our mechanic checked the car thoroughly. Any more than I could have told you about the clutch lining.
What about the clutch lining?
Let's not speak ill of the dead. It was shredded. And that probably affected the rear end situation.
Rear end?
It was really dragging. Now, do you want me to total up your bill with the new radiator that's coming, or just charge you for the soldering job temporarily?
Like I say, Joe, what do I owe you for the light bulb?
Oh, we'll just throw that in. And please don't feel that we invented any of these difficulties, Miss Brooks. Every item on your bill was strictly legitimate. May I never smear grease on my hands and charge for a lube job if it wasn't.
I've got a good mind to get the Falcon after you. What's the total?
Let me see. $14.50 plus $7.98. 46 for parts. $18 for $9 for the distributor of the crown. Well, it's $112.49, Miss Brooks. Call it $113 even.
We'll call it $112 even, and I'll have to pay you off by the week, Joe.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Save $10 a week, 20 weeks.
20 weeks? That would be $200.
Carrying charges, Miss Brooks. Plus lawyer's fees.
Lawyer's fees?
Well, sure, you're a school teacher, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, you couldn't keep paying $10 a week out of your salary. A lawsuit's inevitable.
Well, if I can't make the payments, I'll sell you the car.
Are you kidding? With the repair work this heap needs, I wouldn't give you $100 for it.
Look, I've got to have the car today, Joe. I'm driving Mr. Boynton to Clay City to see our football team play. Now, what would it cost me if you put back the shredded clutch lining and the gone points?
Well, never mind. Never mind that, Miss Brooks. How much cash have you got on you?
Well, I got paid yesterday and just took care of my rent and a few small bills, so I've still got about $19.
We'll take it. I believe in one price. You say $19, I say $19. Hand it over.
Here you are, and Mother will be happy to know you let me keep my locket. On to Mr. Boynton.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000. A grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life. And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest. Ford sedans, Westinghouse laundromats, Fromm Silver Fox scarves, Toastmaster toasters, and it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address. And mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry, contest closes soon. Get Palmolive Soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
Well, I finally got to Mr. Boynton's apartment house to take him to the football game. He was standing in front of the door holding a big box with a cellophane top, the kind you put an orchid corsage into. I said, Mr. Boynton, you shouldn't have bought me flowers. His answer was typical of the man. With a modest smile, he hung his head, blushed, and said,
I didn't.
Oh. Well, then what's in that box?
MacDougal.
He's a wee one, isn't he?
MacDougal's a bullfrog, Miss Brooks. I took him home from the laboratory yesterday. I don't like the sound of his voice. It's kind of raspy.
Maybe he's got a man in his throat. Are you taking him with us to the football game?
Oh, I'm afraid I'll have to. You see, his neck's pretty sore, and I put a compress on it. Wouldn't want him to scratch it off. He should have had his tonsils out long ago.
Maybe his folks couldn't afford it. Well, get in, Mr. Boynton, and put MacDougal in the back.
Oh, I'd rather not, Miss Brooks. Let's keep him up here in front, between us.
Goody. I've always wanted to go to a football game with a bullfrog. Well, are you all set, Mr. Boynton?
All set, Miss Brooks.
Then we're off to Clay City. It's a beautiful day for football, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is.
Do you like football, Mr. Boynton?
Well, frankly, Miss Brooks, I haven't seen many games.
Oh, that's a shame. We teachers should set an example in school spirit for the student body. That's why I'm going today. That's one reason, anyway.
I beg your pardon?
I said I think we should show more interest in school events.
Oh, I agree, Miss Brooks. Who's pitching for us today?
Well, we tried to get Satchel Paige, but he's tied up. Of course, we have some good backfield men pitching passes. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Oh, I guess so. I'm afraid you'll have to explain quite a bit of the rules, Miss Brooks.
Oh, you'll get on to it, Mr. Boynton. Meanwhile, we've got 55 miles to travel together. Just you and I. I was hoping you'd feel that way about it.
That was MacDougal. Now, quiet, Mac. I want you to rest your throat.
Yes, do that, Mac. Now, where was I?
You were saying we've got 55 miles to drive together.
That's right. Just the three of us. A man, a girl, a bullfrog. Oh, well, we'll have fun anyway. I know a wonderful little restaurant en route where we can stop for lunch. It's called the Blue Goose Cafe.
Oh, fine. Look, Miss Brooks, isn't that one of our students pushing that car across the street?
Oh, yes, that's Walter Denton. Maybe we can give him a hand. Hello, Walter.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. How do, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, hello, Walter. Something go wrong with your car?
Oh, nothing unusual. It just won't go. I think my clutch lining is gone.
Oh, well, take a little of mine, Walter. I've got a new batch.
Gee, of all times to fizzle out on me. I had my heart set on going to the Clay City football game today.
Well, why don't you come along with us? What do you say, Miss Brooks?
With us? Well, I'm sure Walter would rather get there under his own power. Maybe we ought to try and get his car started.
Oh, it's no use, Miss Brooks. It won't go. I know this car like the back of my hand.
And the back of me hand to you. Well, it isn't that you're not welcome to come with us, Walter. I know. Why don't we tow you in your car?
Tow me?
Well, I don't understand the point of that, Miss Brooks.
You wouldn't.
I haven't got any tow rope anyway, Miss Brooks.
Well, maybe we could push you in your car. You know, bumper to bumper and shove. Then when we got to a nice downgrade, whee! Bye, Walter.
Oh, you're kidding me, Miss Brooks.
Yeah.
I'll sit in the back here. You and Mr. Boynton won't even know we're in the car.
All right, Walter, hop in. I wouldn't want you to miss the game. Well, here goes, off to Clay. Did you say we're in the car?
Sure, I've got a date with Harriet Conklin. She's a real football bug.
Bug?
Don't get excited, Mac. It's just an expression.
She'll be waiting in front of her house, Miss Brooks. It's just a mile or two out of your way.
Naturally. But we'd better hurry if we want to have some lunch before the game. Hang on.
Turn right at this corner, Miss Brooks.
You better slow down for it. Look out for that milk wagon.
Boy, that was close.
Oh, are you still in the car, Walter? I mean, I hope I didn't unnerve you.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. I'm used to driving with woman drivers. My mother's one, you know.
One what, Walter?
It's only natural for drivers to make mistakes. But my mom has made some whoppers.
That I can see.
Look, isn't that Harriet standing under that tree?
Oh, yeah, that's her. Pull over to the curb, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. Shall I hold the meter?
Hiya, Harriet. My car's all tattered and torn, so Miss Brooks is taking us to the game.
Well, bless your little pointed head. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Harriet.
How are you, Harriet?
Mr. Boynton, how nice to have you along.
Get that leer out of your voice, Harriet. Mr. Boynton's been spoken for. In fact, he's been spoken and croaked for.
What in the world was that sound?
Oh, this is MacDougal, Harriet, one of my favorite frogs.
You can introduce them formally when we're rolling again. Hop in. Not you, Mac.
We'll get in back. After you, m'lady.
Thank you, ma'am.
All set? Well, we're off for Clay City.
Oh, don't start yet, Miss Brooks. Daddy's coming down off the porch. Hi, Daddy.
Hello, everyone. Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Why, Mr. Conklin. That is, how do you do, sir? How's Madison's favorite principal today?
At ease. I was just reading about the game with Clay City High. Should be quite a contest.
Oh, yes, sir. That's where we're going today.
At least we're starting today.
Denton, must you sit so close to my daughter?
I'm not sitting close to her, Mr. Conklin. She's sitting close to me. I'm over as far as I can get.
I've got to pin him down, Father. Walter's the elusive type. Of course, he's not a real happy heartache, but he's good for a minor throb or two.
Cut it out, Harriet.
Oh, stop those nonsensical noises. Now, there's quite a bit of work I could do this afternoon, filing reports to the Board of Education and so forth.
You have a nice day for it, Mr. Conklin. Well, we'd be getting along now.
But I got to thinking. Conklin, I said to myself, or rather, Mr. Conklin, I said, you haven't seen a football game in a month of Sundays. Let's take in this Clay City game.
Then you mean you're going along with us? That's just super, Daddy. Isn't it, Walter?
Yeah, super.
Well, it'll be a pleasure to have you along, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, thank you, Boynton. But what about you, Miss Brooks? It's your car. How do you feel about my coming along?
Just ginger peachy, Mr. Conklin. Well, let's get started if we're going. It's getting kind of late, and we want to...
Oh, I won't be any time at all. I'll go back to the house and ask Mrs. Conklin to speed things up.
Mrs. Conklin?
Yes. She's been out in the yard all morning planting, and she's quite dirty. I'll tell her to hurry with the bath and not fuss much with dressing.
Well, tell her to slip on anything, Mr. Conklin. A loose rug will do.
Well, here we are.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Hello, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Mrs. Conklin.
How are you, ma'am?
Walter's here, too. Hello, Walter.
Hi, Mrs. Conklin. Where do you want to sit?
Well, I think that you two should be separated. So, Martha, if you just sit between Walter and Harriet, I'll sit up front between Miss Brooks and Mr. Boynton.
Fine. Now, if we can only get somebody to sit between MacDougal.
I'd better hold him on my lap. There we go, Mac.
Pity he doesn't drive. We could change places.
Ready?
We're all set, Miss Brooks. Do you know the road?
Well, not offhand, Mr. Conklin, but I've got some maps in my glove compartment.
Well, I'd better get them out then, Miss Brooks. Could be a very simple matter getting to Clay City. Let's see here. Route 68 into 44, then west. No, it's east, I guess it is, on 106. Well, what are you waiting for, Miss Brooks?
For the directions, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, I'll give you those as we go along. Just start her up.
Well, we're on our way, Harriet.
Oh, isn't it fun, Walter? Please, children, you're squeezing me.
It should happen to both of us.
Miss Brooks, do you mind turning your radio on? I understand there's going to be a new clue on Sing It Again.
All right, Harriet.
Gee, the prizes are up to $26,000.
And here, folks, is your new Sing It Again clue. The Phantom voice is no Ziegfeld girl, but a Ziegfeld guy gave her a whirl.
Thank you. The $26,000 will come in handy.
Who do you think the Phantom voice is, Miss Brooks?
Well, if I knew the answer to that, Harriet, I'd be able to walk right up to your father and say...
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Hello, Mr. Conklin. We've been going quite a while on Route 68. Shouldn't we have switched over to 44 by now?
Are you questioning my directions, Miss Brooks?
Well, no, Mr. Conklin, but...
I was a major in the last war, you know. And as such, spent considerable time in command of a transport group at Camp Bobrick, Ohio. I'm sure we're on the right road.
And the caissons go rolling along.
Oh, you have quite a voice, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, thank you, Boynton. I did a bit of singing round the barracks now and then. Yum-tum-tum-tum, tum-tum-tum-tum.
Oh, that's very cute, Mr. Conklin. Oh, that was Mac, wasn't it? He must be hungry, Mr. Boynton. I know I am. Shall we stop for some lunch at the Blue Goose?
Well, where's the Blue Goose, Miss Brooks?
Well, I haven't been there since I was a girl, but...
Gosh, Miss Brooks, do you think it's still standing?
Now, just a minute, Walter. How old do you think I am, anyway?
Oh, I'd say you're about...
Of course it's still standing.
There's only one place to go if you want a delicious luncheon. That's the Pink Flamingo.
Oh, where's that, Osgood? You never mentioned it in front of me before.
Well, the last time I went there, I was with a bunch of the boys. Are you sure you can find this Blue Goose, Miss Brooks?
Yes, I think so, Mr. Conklin. Let's see, where are we now?
Well, there's a signboard over there, Route 118. Funny, that isn't on this map at all. You'd better bear left at this fork, Miss Brooks.
Very well, Mr. Conklin, but I don't think we're on the right road. This hill ahead of us is pretty steep. I hope the motor doesn't heat up too much. This radiator's just been patched temporarily.
Well, up we go. Over hill, over down, and the caissons go...
What was that?
The caisson stopped rolling. At least this one did.
I'll get out and look at the motor.
Keep your seat, Mr. Boynton. As head of a transport battalion, I had considerable to do with motors during my tour of duty. Well, let's see. Nothing wrong with the tappets. Radiator's still in one piece. Hand me a hammer, somebody.
There are some tools under this seat, I think.
Oh, here, let's get out. Here we are. Here's a hammer, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, thank you. Now we'll just tap this water pipe here.
Oh, be careful, Mr. Conklin.
Please, Miss Brooks. I know motors backwards. One more good tap should do it.
That did it, all right. Well, let's get out and push, folks. We're off to the nearest garage.
Well, there you are, folks. There you are. Good as new. Nothing would have happened in the first place if some knucklehead hadn't hit the pipes with a hammer.
What? Why, how dare... Why, who do you think... Why have you...
Who's this huffing and puffing?
Oh, please. This is Mr. Knucklehead. I mean, Mr. Conklin. He's my principal. Oh, now calm down, Mr. Conklin. Remember, everything's all right now. We're off to Clay City.
Where do you figure we are now, Miss Brooks?
Well, I think...
According to my calculations, we've been traveling due east on Route 94 for 1 hour and 10 minutes at an approximate mean speed of 40 miles per hour.
Any tailwind, Mr. Conklin?
Oh, look, we're coming into a town.
Of course we're coming to a town. It's just as I figured. This is it. Miss Brooks, ask that pedestrian where the stadium is.
What pedestrian?
Hey, look where you're driving!
Oh, that pedestrian. Pardon me. Could you tell us where the Clay City Stadium is?
Well, I can't be positive, but my guess would be Clay City.
Isn't this Clay City?
No, this is Boonville. If you'd be kind enough to give me a lift home, though, I could show you where Clay City is. I live just a few miles from there in Flagton.
Well, there really isn't much room. We've got 3 in front and 3 in back now.
Well, it's not much of a ride from here. Perhaps I could sit on this gentleman's lap.
What? Sit on my lap?
Oh, better take him, dear. We've only got a short time if we want to see the kickoff.
Oh, very well. Come on.
I hope I'm not too heavy. Sorry, I'll change my position.
Start the car, Miss Brooks.
All right, Mr. Conklin. And this time we're really off to Clay City.
Thanks a lot for the lift.
You're welcome. Now, how do we get to Clay City from here?
Oh, that's 29 miles back down the road. We passed through it on the way.
What? Why, you...
It's so long.
29 miles back! Why, that... We could have been... He said that it was only...
Daddy, remember your blood pressure.
His ears get awful red, don't they?
Now, see here, everybody. We've got to organize this expedition. There's been no unity of command, that's the trouble. Everybody's talking at once. Oh. Shut that toad up, Boynton.
He's not a toad, Mr. Conklin. McDougal's a frog.
A giant bullfrog with tonsils.
Quiet, Mr. Brooks. Now turn this car around and go that way, and don't stop going that way until I tell you to.
Off to Clay City.
Well, this is Clay City, all right. There's the Clay City National Bank, Clay City Lumberyard. Now, for heaven's sake, Miss Brooks, before you get lost again, ask somebody where the stadium is.
All right, Mr. Conklin. Oh, there's a bus parked over there. I'll ask the driver. Excuse me, but could you tell me where the Clay City Stadium is?
Sure, it's 4 blocks left and 3 right.
Oh, thanks a lot. That's the first definite answer I've had all day.
Well, I ought to know where the stadium is. I got the Clay City team in this bus. We just beat Madison High 89-0.
89-0? May I ask you one more question?
Sure, what is it?
Did they put up a good fight?
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first,
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumout's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo, leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable, gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
and now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, the trip back from Clay City was uneventful. I dropped Walter and the Conklins at their house instead of on their heads. And though I missed the football game, the rest of my plans worked out pretty well. Mr. Boynton asked me to dinner, and without Mr. Conklin in the car, we had no trouble finding the Blue Goose Cafe. Dinner was delightful. The orchestra was playing softly, and Mr. Boynton turned to me and said,
That's my favorite tune, Miss Brooks. Would you care to dance?
Sorry, Mr. Boynton, but I promised this one to Mac.
Next week, tune in to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous green girl hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best, and over 4,000 dentists say Colgate Tooth Powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate Tooth Powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate Tooth Powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate Tooth Powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur Park Avenue detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It is CBS, the Star's address.
The CBS Radio Network proudly presents the Red Skelton Show. For the next half hour, we invite you to laugh your head off with Clem Cadiddlehopper, Willie Lump Lump, Deadeye the Western Cowboy, Cauliflower McPug, Junior the Mean Little Kid, San Fernando Red the Politician, and all the other hilarious characters portrayed by you-know-who on the transcribed Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled The Liberty Bell. And it stars MGM's clown, Red Skelton, and Dave Rose and his orchestra. Skelton, you know it's sure nice of you to help entertain at our Liberty Bell dedication. I know how busy you are.
Oh, yeah. I'm busier than a horse without a tail during fly time. That's not what it says, but it will have to do.
Well, tell me, what are you going to do at our new Liberty Bell dedication today?
Well, what's this?
I say, what are you going to do at our new Liberty Bell dedication today?
Well, as soon as I find it here, I'll tell you. Well, you know, I could dance. You know, I've been taking dancing lessons. These are my new dancing shoes. Look, the bottoms of them, they're still slicky.
Mm-hmm. Dancing lessons, huh?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. I can kick the back of my head.
Well, that clears up a few things, anyway. Hey, gee, looks like a nice crowd showed up for the unveiling of our town's new Liberty Bell, didn't
Yeah. Say, did any of those local commies show up?
Local commies?
Yeah, you know, Pinks and Minks. I told them that wouldn't get any.
Oh, Mr. O'Connor.
Hey, Tim has got to go.
Well, you see, the committee has been looking all over you. Did you find any entertainment?
Oh, yes, indeed. A very clever fellow. One of the best comedians in America.
Well, it's nice of you to come. You're a much younger man than I had pictured, Mr. Benny.
There are others, you know. Hey, Rod.
Yeah?
Isn't that punch-drunk prize fighter, Cauliflower McPug?
Yeah, I better go say hello to him.
Yeah, go say hello to him.
Hiya, Cauliflower.
Who ain't it? Why ain't it? Start talking. I'll find you, boy. I'll find you.
I'm right here.
Yeah, but oh, boy, a flock of them flew over that darn. You know what? This country is getting more full of birds all the time. I got news for you. A guy from Florida came up to me today and I said, how do you like California? He said, this is for the birds. Hey, I can't stand around here and gab with you. I see that they're already ringing the Liberty Bell. They've started the celebration already.
Look, the bell isn't ringing yet.
Oh, it's not, huh?
No.
Oh, well, why are those pigeons flying out of the belfry then? Say, you know what?
What?
I'd like to stick around and talk to you a little bit longer, but I got to get inside the auditorium, you see. David Rhodes, my good friend.
Yeah.
That's Betty's husband, you know. That's my good friend. Had dedicated a song to me.
What's the name of it?
By all things, by a queer coincidence.
Yes?
Bells and birds.
Red Skelton will be back in a moment. In the meantime, this is Roy Rowan reminding you that your radio makes it possible for you to hear history as it happens. With pre-convention excitement taking hold across the country and radio listeners looking forward to thorough convention coverage, it's interesting to note that it was only 32 years ago that radio brought its first election to the public. That was in 1920. Today, radio's complete convention and election coverage are a standard and valuable part of election years. On Monday, July 7th, the Republican convention begins in Chicago. CBS Radio will bring you continuous coverage by the famous CBS Radio news staff, including Edward R. Murrow, Robert Trout, Lowell Thomas, Eric Severide, Larry LeSueur, and many other outstanding reporters. Starting Monday, July 7th on CBS Radio, you will hear history as it happens at the Republican convention. And now, for tonight's convention of comedy, back to Red Skelton.
Hey, when are they going to unveil the town's new Liberty Bell?
Well, right after Junior, his mother, and grandfather present a bedtime story for adults.
They're not going to be here, are
Yes.
they? Oh, goodness.
See, I better get backstage and see how they're coming along.
Now, stand up straight. I want to see how you look. Oh, straighten your tie.
Now, look, I don't mind you taking me there and having me go out on stage in front of all those people, but you should let me wear long pants. You see, me legs are so skinny.
Oh, your legs are not so skinny.
Oh, no. Then how come every dog in the neighborhood follows me around smacking his lip? The other day, one dog looked at my little legs and he says, yummy, yummy. Any day he will throw them away now.
Stop talking silly.
All right. What do you mean? The other day a dog buried me 3 times.
Are you ready to present your little play?
Oh. Yes. Are you ready, Mummy?
Oh,
dear?
yes, dear, yes.
Are you ready, dear Grandpa?
Yes, sir.
Oh, fine.
Well, I'll introduce the play now.
Oh, thank you, dear sir. Thank you.
Gee, I must be winning Junior over. He didn't insult me.
Oh, hey, yoo-hoo.
Yes, Junior?
Talk loud, you big fat bowl of blubber.
Ladies and gentlemen, to carry on with our dedication of our new Liberty Bell, we'll bring to our stage Junior, who will tell a bedtime story for adults entitled The Bell Collector.
In a junkyard, a final resting place for once useful gadgets, sat an old rusty bell. No one seemed to know why the people threw it away, or how could they ever forget how important it was.
Yes, I did play an important part in the life of the villagers. Of course, I irritated the grown-ups when I awakened them to another working day. But I was forgiven when I rang out at noon, giving them a few seconds of relaxation. Then I was loved again at the close of the working day, at vesper time.
Only to be scolded by us little kids when you rang out the curfew at night. This old bell had rung out the sounds of many victories, of many wars. It had once called people to their place of worship. It had warned the people of danger when a storm was approaching at sea.
That ship out there must be warned. Sound the bell.
Then came confused progress, and progress knows no sentiment.
Yes, my warning sounds were replaced by the siren. And subversive elements do not call the people together by the sound of a bell. They have to sneak into their meeting cells. If they could silence every church bell, the chimes in the clock, soon the father of all bells, the Liberty Bell, would be cast into the limbo of the junkyard.
The old bell was sad, but one day a smaller bell was tossed on the junk pile. It was a widow dinner bell. She had been replaced by a foot buzzer. She had been quite a belle in her day at the head of the American table. Hardly a day went by when someone didn't give her a ring. And then she and the old rusty bell got to talking one day.
I don't like to sound off, but my brother is carrying out a great traditional pride in San Francisco. He's a trolley bell and a cable car.
Market Street, everybody out and push.
And not only that, my father is at sea, a ship's bell.
Soon the little bell became very unhappy, too. And the old rusty bell and the little bell, they cried. They figured that they were doomed to spend the rest of their days on that junk pile. But along came a widow boy who had a strange hobby of collecting bells, for their history would give him knowledge. And he picked up the widow bell, and he said to himself, "My, what a lovely sound. What has we here, though?" Kind of flat, but to the collector it sounded like a choir of angels singing. And then the widow boy, he spent a week sandblasting and polishing the neglected bells until they became dazzling bright like spiritual teachings. And then they were placed in a room with thousands of other little bells. There were fire bells, old train bells, yes, even a few Christmas bells, because they too had lost their importance. And then one day, the old bell spoke to the widow bell.
Little bell, I have become quite fond of you. Would you be mine? Of course, there's a slight difference in our age. About 75 years.
Now, isn't that silly? You know, bells are sort of like people. They only feel old if they're not wanted. But the old bell asked her to marry him, and she said, "Oh, my, what a wonderful wedding it was. There were presents brought by the Christmas bells, poems were recited by the jingle bells, and jokes were told that fractured the other bells. Of course, these were the slick. You're irritable. Not with the good humor bells around, no." Then word got around about the bell, and even the collector was happy about it. A strange thing took place. All the townspeople seemed to realize that they had been asleep. That to sound out liberty, you must pull a rope, not strings. So they asked the collector for the bell to hang in their steeple. And now the widow bell and the old rusty bell became the proud parents that sound out freedom. Again they call their children to church. And again they make America clear thinking. Clear as a bell. Again they let freedom ring.
Thank you, Junior. And now to get on with the dedication of our new town Liberty Bell. There's with us a man who has faithfully seen to it that the flag that flies over our town hall was raised in the morning and taken in at sundown. So the committee felt it was only fitting that the honor of ringing the new Liberty Bell should go to Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Well, here I am, boy. I love to hear my voice. That way I know when I'm through talking. So snappy ones tonight, ain't they? Huh?
Oh, Clem.
Well, you.
Clem, I'm so proud of you.
You are really? Like you just come here directly from the glue factory?
That's my new perfume you smell.
Oh, is that what it is? What is it, Rabbit Hutch number 1?
It's called Manhunt. Isn't it out of this world?
Yeah, it smells like it's been dead for a long time.
Oh, Clem, I'm so thrilled that they chose you to ring the Liberty Bell.
Oh.
I've just got to give you a great big cat.
Here, unhand me, woman. Well, could I have my bubble gum back? That does it now. Now I've got to get my lips retreaded. It's just like a vacuum cleaner. It's going to come in handy for the spring cleaning.
All right, Clem, it's time to ring the Liberty Bell. Grab hold of the rope.
Okie dokie, boy.
Clem, put me down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were a little hefty there.
Let's get on with the ceremony. Yank on the rope and ring the Liberty Bell in the steeple.
Okie doke. Here it goes. That's funny. The bell didn't ring.
It is strange.
Sure.
Try it again and pull the rope real hard.
Okay. Tight pants I'm wearing. Yeah. That's the last time I wear underwear made out of salt bags. Nothing happens. Hey, look at that. The rope just fell down from the steeple. That's funny. There's no bell on the other end of it.
Hey, the Liberty Bell's gone.
Somebody stole it.
Yeah, like Junior said, some subversive forces who want to silence the bell and what it stands for.
Look, Skelton, I'm going out to find that Liberty Bell, and while I'm gone, why don't you sing Foggy, Foggy Dew?
When I was a bachelor, I lived all alone. I worked at the weaver's trade. And the only thing that I did that was wrong was to woo a fair young maid. I wooed her in the wintertime, part of the summer too. And the only thing that I did that was wrong was to keep her from the foggy, foggy dew. One night my wife knelt by my side while I was fast asleep. She threw her arms around my neck and started in to weep. She wept, she cried, she pulled her hair. Ah me, what could I do? So all night long I held her in my arms just to keep her from the foggy, foggy dew. Again I'm a bachelor, I live with my son. We work at the weaver's trade. And every single time I look into his eyes, he reminds me of the fair young maid. He reminds me of the winter time, part of the summer too, and of the many, many times that I held her in my arms just to keep her from the foggy, foggy dew.
Skelton will be back in a moment. In the meantime, CBS Radio wants you to meet this summer's most popular mother-in-law. She's a lady named Lily, and she's known as a December bride. Lily's at our microphone now with her son-in-law, a man named Matt.
Matt.
Yes, Lily? What does my favorite mother-in-law want?
Well, I've been asked to say something, and I'm afraid to.
Why? Why should you be afraid?
Well, you know. Most people think mother-in-laws talk too much.
I don't think so.
Well, that's because you know me, but for others who don't...
All right, Lily, I get your point. I'll do the talking for you. I'll tell them that our new show, December Brides, starring Spring Buying.
And Hal March and Doris Singleton.
Yeah, we can all be heard every Sunday on CBS Radio. And we'd like all of you to be listening.
And if you're listening, you'll be laughing at December Bride this Sunday on CBS Radio. Now, back to Red Skelton.
Say, Rod. Yeah. You know, the people are getting kind of restless. Gee, Dave is all upset, and Betty, that's his wife.
Oh, yes.
We better find that Liberty. We better find that Liberty Bell pretty soon, boy. The people are going to get fed up and go home.
Yeah, say, let's take a look in the town hall steeple and see if we can find any clues.
Yeah, let's go up to the steeple. Let's go up to the closet. Look in the blues closet. This is no small steeple, believe me.
Well,
here we are.
Yeah, the Liberty Bell used to be inside this next room.
Yeah.
Well, look, there it is.
Yeah, look who's curled up asleep next to it.
Willie Lump Lump. I'll go wake him up. Hey, Willie, wake up. Wake up.
Just a moment. Don't shove me around like that, Sergeant. Just go away and let me alone. Old generals just fade away, but old captains run and hide.
Well, Willie, what are you doing up here?
What's that?
I said, what are you doing up here?
Ask it a little more sensible, will you?
What are you doing up here, Willie?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Come on now, why are you asleep up here in the belfry?
Well, if you must know, I'm up here in the belfry because last night I was out on a bat. And this is where we all landed. Yeah, if there's anything, boy, I can't stand is a Budinsky. And that is exactly what you have turned out to be, is a Budinsky. And if I have ever seen one, brother, you are it. And if there's something I can't stand, that is a Budinsky. And, boy, you are a Budinsky if I have ever seen one.
Willie?
Just a moment. I got one more. You are a Budinsky. No.
Willie, why didn't you go home last night?
Budinskys may come and Budinskys may go, and I wish you would.
Willie, why didn't you go home last night?
Well, I can't sleep at home. You see, my wife's mouth is on a 24-hour shift. When she wakes, she talks. All she does is talk. When she's asleep, she talks. And then when she isn't at home, she's always on the telephone. So I came up here. I thought I could get myself a little rest. And do you know what happened?
No, what happened?
All night long, carrier pigeons are bringing me messages.
I just discovered why the Liberty Bell didn't ring. The rope's been cut.
I know. I cut it so nobody would ring it while I was taking a little snooze to myself. I gotta get some sleep, you know. I gotta get some sleep. Yeah, you know, I want to be wide awake so that I can keep my position. You see, I gotta be on the ball at all times, and if I'm not awake, then I can't be on the ball all the time. When I was in the Army, the sergeant says, "Get on the ball." I says, "Okay, roll it over. I'll get on."
You want to stay awake so you can keep your position, huh?
Yes.
What position?
Number one boy in the unemployment compensation line.
Well, tell me, how could you do a thing like cutting the rope that rings the Liberty Bell? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Is that the new Liberty Bell they just put in?
That's right.
I didn't know that. You know what I bet?
What?
I'll bet there's a lot of people been cutting the rope on the Liberty Bell without even realizing what they were doing. You know what I'm going to do?
No, what?
I am going downstairs and apologize to these people.
Oh, Willie, don't go out that door. It leads to the roof.
Willie! Gee, that feels good.
Hey, Willie, are you all right?
Yeah, but what's that curve, boy? It's pretty steep.
All right, folks. Now that the Liberty Bell's fixed up again, Clem Kadiddlehopper will now pull the rope and ring it for us. Well, go ahead, Clem. Let her ring.
Gee, can you imagine that, Red? Willie nearly wrecked our ceremony by cutting the rope on the Liberty Bell just so he could fall asleep.
Well, you know, Willie's not the only one at fault. We're all to blame. And if all of us freedom-loving people don't pay more attention to what the Liberty Bell stands for, the day may come when another bell will be tolling the death of our way of life. Too many of us are like Willie Lump Lump. We've been asleep too long, but God give us strength to wake up before it's too late, and there isn't any Liberty Bell left to ring.
You've been listening to the Red Skelton Show. Remember that every single historic moment of the 1952 political conventions will be brought to you by CBS Radio's crack corps of correspondents. Starting Monday, July 7th, at the Republican Convention in Chicago, you'll hear history as it happens, and it will happen on your radio. Remember that Spring Byington, as the hilarious mother-in-law of December Bride, makes comedy history on CBS Radio every Sunday this summer. Wherever you go, you can enjoy America's greatest traveling show by making sure a radio goes with you. 'Cause every day is Fun Day on CBS Radio.
Program to the courtesy of Metro Golden Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
The Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure with Susan Miller and the music of Matty Malney. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello, stop that yelling. What have you got in that box under your arm?
Abbott, I bought myself some nice green shorts. I love green shorts. Abbott, in fact, I've got a pair on right now.
You dropped your package, Costello. Pick it up. Costello, you lied to me. You're not wearing green shorts. You're wearing purple.
Abbott, if you had to squeeze all the way around what my shorts have to squeeze all the way around, you'd be purple, too.
Well, never mind that. Where were you all day yesterday?
Well, I was out at the racetrack. I had a hunch on a good horse.
Did you put the clock on him?
Yes, but he kept kicking it off.
Talk sense. What do you know about horses?
Abbott, I was born on a horse.
How could you be born on a horse?
The stork refused to carry me.
Did you bet on any horses?
Yes, I bet on a horse that finished first in the 7th race. Boy, am I mad.
He finished first in the 7th race, and you're mad? Why?
The horse started in the 4th race. But it was still a thrill, Abbott, to see him with all 6 legs driving across the finish line.
6 legs?
6 legs!
Wait a minute. How come 6 legs were driving him across the finish line?
Short horse, tall jockey. Well, Abbott, I've got to get down to the city hall now.
What for?
I made a speech down there this morning, and they presented me with the key.
What are you going back for?
Well, I washed my hands. I've got to get the key back.
Oh, quiet.
Before the boys get rolling into high gear, here's a fellow with a special message for you.
Last night, Costello, and you weren't home. Where did you go?
Well, I was stepping out with Susan Miller. I took her to the Little Coconut Grove.
The Little Coconut Grove? Where is that?
It's in the basement of the regular nightclub, the Coconut Grove.
That's a fine place to take Susan Miller. Did you go anyplace else?
Oh, yes. Then we went to her house and we sat on the sofa and she read to me out of the Encyclopedia Britannica. She's been reading it to me for over 2 years.
Encyclopedia Britannica? That doesn't sound very interesting.
For the first 2 years it wasn't, but this year... we're up to the birds and the bees.
Birds and the bees? That's ridiculous. That's the kind of stuff they tell kids to teach them about life. Didn't your mother ever tell you about the birds and the bees?
Yes, and I took her seriously. I made a fool of myself.
What do you mean?
The next night I went to a dance and everybody laughed at me. I was the only guy there dancing with a woodpecker.
A woodpecker?
Yes, sir. And right after the dance, I took the woodpecker home. I was walking through the woods, and a ferocious skunk attacked me.
Well, you're more than a match for a skunk. Did you let him have it?
Well, it was about even.
Costello, why can't you be serious? Why can't you do something worthwhile, something to help people?
I did. Our neighbor's wife ran away, and she was gone for 6 months, and I went out and found her and brought her back to her husband.
Did her husband give you anything for bringing her back?
Yes, they're taking the stitches out of my head tomorrow.
Hey, are you Luke Costello?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, I've got some pictures I'd like to show you here. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, sir. That's the entrance to Griffiths Park.
Yeah, well, who's that going into the park?
That's me.
And who's the girl with you?
That's Myrtle.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, sir. That's the fountain in Griffith Park.
Well, who's that standing beside the fountain?
That's me.
And who's that you got your arm around?
That's Myrtle.
Do you recognize this picture?
That's a bench in the park.
Who's that sitting on the bench?
That's me.
And who's the girl you're kissing?
That's Myrtle.
Yeah? Well, Myrtle, I'm Myrtle's husband. What are you going to do about it?
I'll take a dozen of these, 6 of those, and have this one enlarged.
Oh, you're a wise guy, huh? Well, I'll be out in the alley waiting for you after the show.
Okay, if you want to get tough. Okay. But remember, don't bring any of your gang out there to help you.
That's okay with me. I'll be there alone.
You're darn right, because I ain't going to be there. Grab a step, you folks. You'll do anything to get a laugh. Why don't you get him a job at the filling station?
Oh, what could Norman do at a filling station?
With that big nose of his, he could replace a gas pump.
Now, wait a minute. He has a very sensitive nose. He can stand 3 feet from a table and smell cheese.
With that nose, he could stand 3 feet away and cut it.
Costello, Norman comes from my wife's branch of the family. You know, my wife and Norman both have the same nose, and they're very proud of that nose.
Well, there's enough there for both of them to be proud of. Believe me.
Why, you little high-hipped, hypocritical hippopotamus. I heard what you said.
Bigger type they need. Bigger type.
I heard what you said about me.
Costello, apologize to my wife.
I'm sorry I said anything about your nose, Mrs. Abbott. After all, lots of families have big noses.
Oh, well, that's all right, Costello. Do big noses run in your family?
Only in the wintertime. Don't bandy words with me, Mrs. Abbott. I'm as sharp as a horse. Let's face it.
Yes, you're the biggest horse face I ever saw.
That fellow, you honey, you certainly got a head on your shoulders.
Too bad it isn't on her neck.
Oh, you should talk. Get a look at your hands. They're all thumbs.
I can't help that. I'm a retired pin sitter. You should see my toes. I only got 8 toes.
Only 8 toes?
You see, I come from a very poor family.
And you also come from a very ugly family.
Yes. Your Aunt May is the ugliest woman in Patterson, New Jersey. How did your Uncle Mike ever marry her?
It wasn't his fault. When he met her, she was catching for the Detroit Tigers, and she didn't take her mask off until after the wedding.
Buddy dear, tell him how you met me.
Honey, the day I met you, you fell straight from heaven.
Yes, it looks like she landed on her face.
Oh, you should talk, you puffed up pickle-puss pelican.
Now, honey, Costello can't help it if he's ugly. There's nothing to do about it.
Well, he can stay home. He doesn't have to roam around.
For your information, Mrs. Abbott, my face and Gregory Peck's face came from the same mold.
Yes, but yours is moldier than his. So long, Tubby. See you later.
You'd better be careful what you say to my wife, Costello. She's a pretty powerful woman.
Yes, she's got a lot of muscle.
Oh, she got those from training. All her life, my wife has wanted to be a boxer.
Well, she got a good start. She looks like an Airedale already.
Ah, there you are, gentlemen. Gather around close, step right up. I'm selling the wonder medicine, Dr. Hiccup's Magic Pickup.
How does it work?
Well, you take a drink. First you hiccup, then you pick up.
What do you pick up?
Your hat. It falls off when you hiccup.
Who lets these people in here anyway? Now, get out of the studio. It's the policy.
Policy, fine. I got just what you want. Policy, the latest policy from the Hollywood Life Insurance Company.
Look,
here.
I don't want any insurance. Now, get out of the studio.
You don't want any insurance?
No.
Shame on you. Suppose you drop dead tomorrow. What's going to happen to your wife?
I'm not married.
Not married? I represent the Seersucker Matrimonial Agency of Schenectady, New York. Here you are, girls in all walks of life. I can let you have a blonde, 2'2", with eyes of blue. Give you a redhead with beautiful pearly teeth. A nice brunette with skin like a peach.
All right. I got plenty of girls.
Hey, how would you like to have one with a face for a change?
Now, get out of the studio, will you? You give me a headache.
Headache? Fine. Here you are. I sell aspirin tablets. There you are. Take 2 of these tablets, and here's a glass of water. Come on now. Drink the glass of water. Drink it right down. That's the boy. Ha-ha. Fine. Oops. Whoa. Wait a minute. Hey, my dear man. I made a mistake that time. I shouldn't have slapped you on the back. I made you spit out some of that water. Here. What was that fell out of your mouth here? What was it? One of the aspirin tablets?
No, I just dropped one of my teeth.
Teeth. I represent Dr. Bergman, the friendly dentist. Walk up 2 flights and save $10.
Get out of the studio. It's guys like you that are making me lose my hair.
Losing your hair? I sell hair tonic.
Get out of the studio.
It's the finest kind of hair tonic in the world.
Will you get out of the studio?
No, don't drink it. Drunk that hair tonic? You put that on your head. My dear man, that hair tonic is wonderful. It'll grow hair on a billiard ball.
Grows hair on a billiard ball?
Yeah. Of course, it slows up the game a little, but it's great stuff. That's wonderful hair tonic. I've been using that stuff on my head for 15 years.
You've been using hair tonic?
Yep.
And the back of your head looks like an empty parking lot. I've seen more hair on 10 cents worth of bacon. Will you get out of the studio? If you don't get out of here and leave me alone, I'll kill myself.
Suicide. Good. I sell revolvers. Here you are. Here's our radio comedian special. There you are, the radio comedian special. This gun is guaranteed to kill anybody living with one shot.
It will kill anybody with one shot?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, shoot it.
Okay.
$5.
Here's the $5. Give me the gun.
There you are, right there. Oh. What's the matter?
How do you like that? I fired a shot and you're still up. I didn't even kill you.
Well, certainly I sell bulletproof vests. Here's one right here.
Get out of here.
Well, they deserve a breather after that one, so let's take a minute right about now to listen to this. Man, there is a woman. And here is Susan Miller, singing star of the Abbott and Costello show, announcing her availability as she sings the latest Robin and Arlen musical hit.
For every man, there's a woman. For every life, there's a plan. And wise men if you wait, you will meet your mate, born for you alone, happy to be your own. Where is he? Where is the lover for me? Find the one, then together you can find the sun. For every heart there's a moment, for every hand of love, and for every woman a man to love. Where is he? Where is the one for me?
Costello, what's the matter with you? Why are you looking so worried?
Well, I must have made a mistake on my income tax last month. I just got a letter from Washington.
Oh, that's nothing. Lots of people get letters from Washington.
Containing a floor plan of Alcatraz?
Quit worrying about yourself.
I ain't worried about myself. I'm worried about my Uncle Mike. He got knocked down by a truck, and on the way to the hospital, the ambulance crashed into a brick wall. When he got to the hospital, he fell off the operating table and fractured both his legs. This morning, he broke a mirror.
So what?
You think he'll have bad luck?
Don't worry about him. The doctors will fix him up. Modern surgery is wonderful.
Yes. Last year, my Aunt May lost her big toe, and they grafted some skin off her nose and made her a new one.
Well, that's wonderful.
Only now, every time she wants to sneeze, she's got to take off her shoe.
Forget about your relatives. They're just a bunch of lazy loafers.
They are not. My brother Pat is working.
What does he do?
He's a snob in a barber shop.
What does a snob do in a barber shop?
He brushes people off.
Oh, dog sense. Why don't you get yourself a job? It's about time you started working.
Look, I don't have to work, Abbott. I'm a horse player. I got a system. I play the jockeys. Yesterday, I bet on Midgie Shields, the greatest jockey in the world.
Did he win?
He's the fastest jockey in the business.
Well, did he win?
He come in third.
Well, that's not so fast.
It is when you consider that his horse came in eighth.
You idiot. You can't make any money at the racetrack.
Oh, I don't know. I had a pretty good day at the track yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, a fella gave me a ride home. I think some of them races are fixed, Abbott.
Why do you say that?
Well, one horse was carrying a jockey that weighed 200 pounds. They had lead weights hanging on his saddle. His tail was tied to the starting gate.
Well, what makes you think the race was fixed?
That horse won.
That settles it. You're going to quit fooling around and get a job.
Well, hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller. Costello, tomorrow's Susan's birthday. What are you going to get her?
Oh, I could give you a hint on something I need, Costello.
Okay, what is it?
Well, it's something warm and soft. It's something a girl needs on a cool evening. And when she puts it on, everybody stares at her.
Now, where am I going to get a hot water bottle with sleeves?
Costello, you've got to give Susan something for her birthday.
I know. Susan, I'll get you a sterling silver back scratcher.
A sterling silver back scratcher? I wouldn't have any use for that.
Why?
Well, very few people have sterling silver backs. So I'll scratch them.
She's mad at me because I took her driving last night and we parked near Malibu Beach. And then we went into the water.
Swimming on such a cold night? You don't think. If you thought about it, you wouldn't have gone in the water in the first place.
If I'd have thought about it, I wouldn't have let the car roll off the cliff.
I don't blame Susan for treating you like she does. You're stupid and you're lazy. I don't think you ever worked in your life.
Oh, I did so. I once worked at a chemical factory. One night just before quitting time, I mixed a batch of TNT with DDT and nitroglycerine, and I put on a small flame under it and went home. The next day, I couldn't go to work.
Why not?
I couldn't find the factory.
Well, enough of this nonsense. Here's the one-hand section of the paper. Now, look it over and find yourself a job.
Okay. Hey, this sounds like a job I could handle. Wanted salesman to sell Up Kid.
What's up, kid?
Nothing much. What's up with you? Hey, this sounds like a job for me. Wanted man to head atomic division of nuclear interplanetary visualization of microscopic molecules in radar department. No experience necessary.
You idiot, give me that paper. Hey, look at this. There's a whole column of jobs for babysitters. Now, I'm going to get you a job as a babysitter. Come on. Let's grab that bus. Whistle for the bus to stop.
Did you whistle for me?
I whistled for the bus.
You did not. That was a dog whistle. I know, because I used to be a dog. I used to be a St. Bernard dog.
What happened? Did you lose your liquor license?
Young man, you're not a St. Bernard.
Oh, no. I've been going to a doctor. I used to be a St. Bernard, but I'm not a St. Bernard anymore. I'm much better now. Now I'm a Pekingese.
Never mind him, Costello. Whistle for the bus.
Huh? Oh, you shouldn't have whistled like that. The doctor warned me. You shouldn't have...
All right, Costello, let's run for the bus. Well, Costello, here's the first place that advertised for a babysitter. Go ahead, knock on the door.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Get a load of this gorgeous dame, Abbott. Pardon me, miss. What did you say?
I said, what can I do for you?
Lady, Costello wants a job sitting with your baby.
But I don't have any children.
I'll wait.
There must be some mistake. The ad in the paper said a babysitter was wanted at this address.
Oh, that must be for Mrs. Jones on the 7th floor.
Abbott, you go up to the 7th floor, and I'll stay here with this lady.
No, you don't.
All right, then I'll stay here with this lady, and you go up to the 7th floor.
That's different. I'll be right back.
How do you like that? After 20 years, that line finally worked.
Ah, you're so clever. And you're handsome, too.
And you, fair lady, you're the quintessence of loveliness. Your azure, hued eyes are like the languorous waters of the fabulous Nile. Your ruby lips are like the fiery rubies from the Tibetan mines of the Genghis Khan.
How can you say that?
I got writers who went to college.
You're so romantic.
I'm crazy about you. And that's something I don't tell every girl.
Why?
I don't know every girl.
I think I'm going to give you a kiss.
Ain't you afraid of them new kissing germs?
Kissing germs?
Ain't you heard of virus sex?
Costello, that job on the 7th floor is taken. Come on, we're going to answer the next ad.
Oh, before you leave, Chubby, I'm going to kiss you goodbye. Come here.
We're off again.
How's that?
Aye.
I'll kiss you again. And again.
Meet my friend, she'll knock your head.
Costello, I'm getting tired of all this.
How do you like that? I'm doing all the work. He's getting tired.
Well, here's the house that had the second ad for the babysitter. I hope the job's still open.
Well, what do you mugs want?
Abbott, I don't like the looks of this guy. Look, he's holding the baby.
Lots of men hold babies.
In their mouths?
Quiet, I'll handle this. We came here in answer to your ad. Costello wants to be a babysitter.
All right. Come on in. I'll introduce you to the baby. Junior, this fat guy is going to be your babysitter.
Hey. I think he likes you, Costello.
Okay, then. Now, get away from that baby, Costello.
Don't touch the baby.
Stop that. Let him alone.
Don't touch the baby.
Behave yourself. He seems to like you, Costello, so you get the job. Every hour you give the baby a spoonful of cod liver oil like this. Here, Junior, take the oil. How do you like that? Spits it out every time. Junior, here's another spoonful. Take it or I'll give it to Costello.
I like to see you do it.
Oh, no.
Take the cod liver oil.
No, I don't want that stuff. I don't want it, no.
Open your mouth, Costello. Here. No. Now, and the next time you refuse to take the cod liver oil, this is what you're going to get. Come here, Costello. I'm going to teach this kid a lesson. Junior, just you watch what I do to Costello. Oh. Abbott.
Well, Costello, this farm is the last ad on the list for babysitters.
Well, boys, did you come for the job of babysitter? It's still open.
Abbott, you take this job. I don't ever want to see another babysitter.
No, all right. I'll sit with the baby, mister. Have you got anything Costello can do?
I sure, Mr. Abbott. You sit with the baby, and Costello can clean out the chicken coops. I'll be back from town in a couple of hours.
Well, I got my work all done. I wonder how Abbott is doing with the baby.
Ah,
Hello.
Hello. You're pretty. Who are you?
I'm the baby. Who are you?
I'm the jerk who cleaned out the chicken coops.
Stick around. The boys aren't quite through with you yet. They'll be back after a final thought on this subject. Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Folks, the contest we are running on our Saturday morning Abbott and Costello Kids Show now has a jackpot of over $29,000.
Get in this contest, folks. We believe it is the biggest contest ever, and for the greatest cause.
The purpose is to combat juvenile delinquency.
And by entering, you can win a $5,000 mink coat, a $5,000 airplane, a $3,000 trailer, a live baby elephant, thousands of dollars worth of diamonds, and loads of other big prizes, totaling over $29,000.
Listen Saturday morning over most of these stations. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Banda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is heart. H-E-A-R-T.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, spring is just around the corner. I wish I was. Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who gets first whack at it?
We asked if there were any couples here tonight who had been married more than 50 years, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. A.S. Thacker, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you'll win $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. So you two are married more than 50 years, eh? How long have you been married, Mrs. Thacker?
50 years and last November.
And how long have you been married, Mr. Thacker? How does it feel to be celebrating your 50th wedding anniversary, Mr. Thacker?
Well, just beautiful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
About the same as the 49th, I suppose. And how was the 48th? Do you remember that?
About the same.
About the same. Well, let's try the 39th. How was that year? Huh?
Well, it was wonderful, too.
Yes, that was a great year, the 39th. How long have you been in California, Mr. Thacker?
27 years.
Mm-hmm. And why did you come here?
Well, we was living at Spokane at that time, and I wanted a warmer climate.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it have been cheaper to put on heavy underwear? Where did you formerly reside, Mrs. Thacker? Before that, I mean.
In Texas, Gainesville, Texas.
Was that near Nacogdoches or Denison or... I was once pinched in Nacogdoches for playing euchre on the front porch of the hotel. It happened to be on a Sunday. You're not allowed to play euchre on Nacogdoches on Sunday. As a matter of fact, the way I played, they shouldn't have allowed it on Saturday either. May I ask how old you were when you got married, Mrs. Thacker?
20.
20, yeah?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And how old were you when Mrs. Thacker took you out of circulation?
I was 26.
Were you 76?
I'm 77 now.
77. Well, you just passed the spirit of 76. What sort of work do you do now, Mr. Thacker?
I don't work.
You're a bum? You look so prosperous, Mr. Thacker. You worked a mere 50 years and then quit. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Don't you want to amount to something when you grow up? Do you have any children, Mitty?
Yes, sir. I have 2 sons.
You have 2 sons. That's in Arizona, isn't it? Do you have any grandchildren,
Yes,
Mrs. Thacker?
Yes, sir. I have 2.
2. Do you have any great-grandchildren?
No, sir.
Do you have any great-great-grandchildren?
No, sir.
You're in a rut. Now, after all these years of marriage, do you have any pet name for your wife, Mr. Thacker?
Yes, sir. I always called her Sweetheart.
Well, you just said hot, and that was the secret word, so you just won $100 in cash. Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we are definitely using hot as the secret word tonight in honor of the 1950 Heart campaign now going on all over America. And Mrs. Thacker, what do you call 23 Skidoo here?
I call him Shorty.
You call him Shorty? Is that for any financial reason? Do you remember who did the proposing when you were engaged, Mr. Thacker?
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, what did she say after you proposed?
I don't have any idea.
Maybe she said no. How do you know? This could all be a horrible mistake. Mrs. Thacker, do you remember exactly what you said when he proposed?
No.
You said no. Well, then I was right. It is a horrible mistake. Well, seriously, it's been inspiring having you two here with a 50-year marriage. You've set a fine example for the young couples of America. And I hope you'll invite me to your 75th anniversary. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for a chance to win a lot of money. You bet your life.
Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer pledges himself to treat you fairly and squarely, day after day, year after year. In fact, that's the way the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America feel about all the customers they serve. That's their pledge, and they'll do their utmost to live up to it at all times. No matter why you drive into a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's, you'll find it the honest desire of all the folks there to serve you to the very best of their ability. They know that's the kind of attention that will make you a satisfied and steady customer in the years to come. That's why it pays to stop where you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now then, let's see if you two youngsters will get the chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected name the fruit as your category. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's your first question. You have $20, and how much will you risk?
Canned.
What type of fruit is a pippin?
Apple.
An apple is right.
They're on their way with $30.
You're on your way, as Penniman says. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $30 will you try?
$10.
$10. What is a bartlett?
Pear.
A pear is correct.
Now they have $40, Groucho.
Now you have $40, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 40 will you try?
20.
What kind of fruit is a muscat? M-U-S-C-A-T.
Grape. It's a fruit.
Do you think it's a grape? And you think it's a grape? Well, it is a grape.
They're climbing now. They have $60, Groucho.
Now you have $60. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 60 are you going to go for?
How much you say, Mother?
I said 30.
Okay, 30 then.
What is meant by a yellow cling?
A yellow cling is a peach.
Is the peach is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $90.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away now. You might get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still heart.
Yes, George.
Perhaps the next couple will say it.
Yes, George.
Just before we went on the air, our
George.
studio audience selected Blanche Ames, a department store buyer, Mr. Alexander Atkinson, a married man. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. One of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. Atkinson, huh?
Right.
You're the married man?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Very happily married.
Very happily.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
There's no point in getting pugnacious about it. Atkinson, are you related to the dramatic critic on the New York Times?
I'm related to a former governor of Georgia.
Well, that's not quite the same thing.
Brooks Atkinson.
I mean Brooks Atkinson.
Oh, yes. He's a distant relative.
You see, well, he must be if you're here and he's in New York. Where are you from, Mr. Atkinson?
I'm from the land of sunshine, flowers, beautiful women, juicy oranges, and no smog.
Are you inferring that we have smog here in California, Mr. Atkinson?
Oh, that's what I've heard. Of course, I live out in beautiful, enchanting San Fernando Valley myself. I don't get out in Los Angeles very much myself.
I see.
I'm kind of intrigued with San Fernando Valley. The promised land.
Well, they've been promising a lot. I don't know whether... Offhand, I would say you're a realtor. Is that right?
Well, I have a little property down in Florida. But recently I got a letter saying...
that it was underwater?
That they discovered... They discovered land on my property down there.
They discovered land on your property? A mighty good joke. Do you mind if I use that next week?
I have my permission, all right.
Just what is your profession, Mr. Atkinson?
Well, back during the Hoover prosperity that we were having back in the 30s...
I beg your pardon. Not while I'm smoking, huh?
I got tired of eating the grapefruit and oranges. That's about all I had to eat, so I wanted a little meat. I just go out and catch the bullfrogs at night. I go out at night and catch these frogs, and you take them and fry them in butter. Man, it's better than Southern fried chicken.
Well, I must try that sometime.
These tourists came down there. These are Yankees. Anyway, they kind of took a liking for these.
What do you do now, Senator Claghorn?
Well, at the present time, it's my good fortune to be associated with the finest studio in Hollywood. That comes from the bottom of my heart. That's Warner Brothers. We are really
Well,
doing
wait a minute. Mr. Atkinson, you went on gabbing so long that you finally won $100. You said heart, and that's the secret word. So you win $100 in cash, compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America, huh? Mr. Atkinson, are you related to the Atkinson of New York?
I tell you, I got relatives everywhere, and Georgia's filled full of them. I got relatives all over Georgia.
Yeah, well, you could talk yourself into relatives. How do you do, Miss Ames?
How do you do?
No, I asked you first. How do you do, huh? This is high-class cocktail conversation. You're a department store buyer, is that right?
That's right.
Uh-huh. How many department stores have you bought this week?
I don't buy department stores. I buy for a department store.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, which one?
Orbach.
You're from Orbach, you say?
And Philadelphia.
Did you buy department stores back in Philadelphia?
I'm afraid you don't follow me.
Well, even if I did, there's nothing to be afraid of. Where do you do this buying, Blanche?
At Orbach in the Oval Room.
What do you buy for them?
I buy better dresses.
Better dresses? And who buys the worst ones? Huh? Did you ever buy any dresses that your store can't sell?
I get stuck with a few white elephants.
White elephants, huh? I can see why you get stuck with them. What do you do with these white elephants?
Well, when they don't move, why, we usually mark them down for sale.
If they don't move, they must be dead, is that it? Imagine a store full of dead white elephants. Must be quite a problem on a hot day, huh? Well, where do you keep them? Where do you keep these dead white elephants, huh?
Well, we hang them on racks.
Oh, no wonder they're dead, huh? Now, let's be calm and go at this thing scientifically, Blanche, huh? Now, what I originally asked you, Blanche, was do you ever buy any dresses for your store that you can't sell?
Yes, I'm afraid...
Are they changing the styles this year, Blanche?
Yes, the trend is more towards the shorter skirt.
Do you think we could speed up that trend a little? Huh? After all, I haven't got so long to go, you know. Well, where are skirts being worn now? And don't tell me around the waist, huh? Where are they being worn now, Blanche?
About halfway between the knee and the floor.
It sounds like you need new elastic in your suspenders. Well, wake up, Mr. Atkinson. How long does your wife wear her dresses?
Oh, about 2 or 3 years.
Okay, go back to sleep, Mr. Atkinson. I'll wake you up as soon as Steinman runs again. Well, we know a good deal about department stores and elephants. Now, you're going to work together for a chance at $1,500. You beat our other two couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Spenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
Mr. and Mrs. Thacker, who've been married for 50 years, earn $90.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected romantic songs as your category. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
Let's see if you can identify this song. Play, Jerry.
Sweet and lovely.
Sweet and lovely. We're on our way with $30, Groucho. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you try?
20.
What's the name of this romantic song? Okay, Jerry.
Some secluded rendezvous.
What is it? Talk up. One answer between you.
In some secluded rendezvous. Oh. Cocktails for two.
Yeah. Cocktails for two.
We're on our way now. They have $50.
Well, you came through in the last quarter there, Blanche. All right, here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you try?
40.
Give me the title of this song.
Once in a while.
Once in a while.
They're really climbing now. They have $90.
All right, you got $90. Now, how
The
much
whole
you going
90. The whole 90.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to go for the 90?
Go for the 90.
What's this song? Give me the title.
Small Hotel.
Small Hotel is right.
And they wind up with $180.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question. Fenneman, who's ahead?
The department store buyer and the married man are leading with $180, and the secret word is still heart. We invited some hobos and some job analysts to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Evelyn Robbins and Mr. Bill Hewitt.
Fenneman, where on earth did you ever get a hobo?
Oh, you have to ask the hobo, Groucho. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth program. If one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Okay, now I'll find out where the hobo comes from. Miss Robbins, where are you from?
New York. New York.
How long have you lived out here?
3 years.
3 years. Well, you add quite some beauty to the local scene.
Thank you.
Who do you work for?
The Ames Bureau of Employment.
What do you do there?
Well, I'm a job analyst.
And what is the function of a job analysis?
Well, we interview people, we screen them, and we test them. We try to determine what type of position they're best suited for.
You don't analyze jobs, and you just analyze people. Is that right?
You could say that.
I already did say that. Now, by sifting through all the facts about Evelyn here, I gather that you're the hobo. Is that right?
That's right.
Let me hear you put a bite on me for a cup of coffee. Now, go ahead.
Hobo don't put the bite on anybody for a cup of coffee.
What do you mean? I've had them ask me for coffee.
Well, that's a tramp. A tramp asks you for a cup of coffee. A hobo goes out and gets it different. He runs a butcher shop for meat, and the bakery for toppings, and then he cooks it up.
Bakery for what?
Toppings. That's day-old bread, stale stuff.
Well, if you want stale stuff, just listen to me here. Huh? How do you get it from the butcher? I mean, you walk in there and he throws you a hunk of meat? Huh?
Well, you give him a song and dance. Just tell him, say, I'm trying to cook up something down in the jungles down here, and I'd like to have a little meat. It's a good idea to have something under your arm, like some potatoes, and say, look, Mac, I got a loaf of bread here. How about giving me a little meat to go with it? They're easy. It's a pushover.
Yeah. I'll try that tomorrow, huh? Tell me, Bill, as a knight of the road, how do you live, huh?
Oh, sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Like an actor, huh? Where do you live?
Well, if I'm working in the city like bellhop or dishwasher, I rent a room. If I'm not working, I live in the jungle.
Well, when you're camping in the jungle, as you call it, what kind of meals do you make?
Make a mulligan stew.
Well, how do you make mulligan stew? Do you get them angry first, or?
Well, first you gotta have a lot of meat, see?
A lot of meat, eh? Well, you're back in the butcher shop again, huh?
Then you throw in a lot of vegetables, your own salt and pepper and everything you get, and you cook it in an open fire. You can.
Well, suppose you can't get any meat.
Well, that wouldn't be a mulligan stew then.
No, well, what would you have then? Huh?
That'd be slumgullion, I guess.
What do you drink with your slumgullion?
Oh, battery acid.
Battery acid? Yeah. Well, you should at least be able to start on a cold morning, huh? Just what is battery acid?
Well, that's fresh coffee. The first time you boil it off. After that, it's no longer battery acid.
What, do you use it over again?
Sure, then, but it's not battery acid then. That's dishwater or mud. Yeah.
How many times do you cook it over?
Oh, that all depends on conditions. If you got a lot of coffee, it's not necessary. Sometimes when things are tough, you got to boil it over a lot of times.
In my house, it tastes like dishwater the first time. How do you keep in touch with people when you're on the road? Where do you get your mail?
Oh, mostly general delivery. You know.
Yeah, well, what kind of work do you do when you're working, Bill?
Oh, any kind of work. I've been a sailor. I was a fireman. I worked on deck. Worked in copper mines. Been bellhop. Worked in harvest fields.
Mm-hmm. Well, how do you get from place to place? Do you ride the rods?
Oh, they haven't rode the rods in 25 years. I started on a whole board in 1950, and I was 15 years old. Yeah, I ride boxcars, ride a reefer.
What's a reefer?
A reefer is the end of a fruit car when it's not iced. And you ride a tender, ride the blinds on a passenger train, ride the deck.
Pretty dangerous, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
What kind of car do you prefer?
Well, I prefer Pullman.
Well, I mean in lieu of a Pullman, huh?
Well, that depends
Let's
on...
say there isn't a Pullman available, huh? That's been de-iced.
Well, that depends on the weather. If it's in the summertime, I like an open gondola where I can see and get the fresh air.
Well, what do you like best about the life you lead?
Well, I like to be free. I don't like to be tied down. I like to go places. I like to get up in the morning when I want to. I don't want some wife telling me to get up or sticking her cold feet in my back.
You prefer a refrigerator car to a woman, is that it? Well, this has been very interesting, and having you here tonight, and how are you going to try for a chance at the $1,500 question? You beat our other two couples, and you win a chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The department store buyer and the married man are ahead with $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Islands of the World as your category. Is that right? Now, you have $20. How much are you going to try?
$15.
$15. What ocean do you find the Hawaiian Islands?
Pacific.
Pacific Ocean is right.
$35.
Well, remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 will you try?
25.
25. In what ocean do you find Greenland?
In North Atlantic.
In the Atlantic is right.
You now have $60, Groucho.
Now you have $60. Here's your third question. How much of the 60 will you risk?
50.
In what sea do you find the island of Corsica?
Corsica? The Mediterranean.
The Mediterranean is right.
They're really climbing now. They have $110.
Say, you must have done a lot of reading in those boxcars.
Oh, I sailed in there during this war.
Oh, I see. Well, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now you have $110.
$100.
$100. In what ocean do you find the Isle of Tahiti?
That's in the Pacific.
In the Pacific is right.
And they wind up with $210. And that means that they get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You know, you have a perfect right to be particular about the way your car is serviced. And that's why more and more car owners every day drive in to DeSoto Plymouth dealers. For that's where you get expert, courteous service at the lowest possible cost. You see, DeSoto Plymouth dealers are just as particular about your car as you are yourself. They have factory-trained mechanics working with factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. They see to it that the service they offer in their shops is the best service you can get anywhere. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers throughout America take pride in their reputation for fast, efficient, courteous service. Remember this next time your car needs service, and drive in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the hobo and the job analyst, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Well, if you win this, you're really going to be able to ride in Pullmans. Here we go for $1,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no assistance from the audience. Here it is. In 1914, the United States Army finished its biggest peacetime job. What is the biggest peacetime job ever accomplished by the Army? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon? Panama Canal is right. Well, you had the right answer, so you won $1,500. What are you going to do with all that money? Bill, what are you going to do with yours?
Well,
My heart stops jumping.
Well, Evelyn, you just said the secret word, and you just won $100 in cash, and now my heart is stopping. Well, now, Evelyn, what are you going to do with all that money?
I don't know.
You're just dumbfounded, huh? Well, I'll help you spend it, Evelyn. And, Bill, what are you going to do with yours?
First I'm going to ride...
Well, a lot of slumgullion with that, huh?
I'm going to ride that preferred berth you talked about.
Well, you really cleaned up tonight. You won $210 in the quiz and $100 for the secret word and $1,500. All I can say to you both is congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,000.
Fenneman, if you have nothing better to do this week, why don't you see our new movie, Love Happy? Papo Chico and I tell a few jokes and do some acting. It's very educational. Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Traffic control begins at your wheel. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's early evening as our scene opens now, and here in the living room at the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook and their son, Mr. Rush Gook. Vic is established in his easy chair, staring reflectively at the ceiling. Sade glances through the newspaper on the Davenport, and young Rush at the library table contemplates his algebra textbook without enthusiasm. And now the master of the menage speaks. Listen.
I suppose you noticed I received a letter from Lodge headquarters today.
Yeah, person can't mistake that yellow envelope.
The communication contains something rather important.
They want you to dig down in your pocket and whip out $49 for something?
No money is involved.
Uh-huh.
This is kind of a thing, say, that you generally make fun of.
Is that?
So much so I hesitate to tell about it.
Don't, then.
I think I'd better. Side-saddle, old Barnloft.
Uh-huh.
Are you particularly busy?
No.
Be a wonderful fella and step to the bookcase and get me volume 7 in my lodge library.
I'll do it. He's studying.
No, I'm not. My brain is like a piece of cotton this evening. Can't fasten it on algebra. My mind insists on wandering to other topics.
Oh.
Kiddo, next Saturday is a significant date as far as the sacred stars of the Milky Way is concerned.
Yeah?
Next Saturday has been set aside as National Exalted Big Dipper Day.
Oh.
The fraternity in general does honor to all the Exalted Big Dippers, and the Exalted Big Dippers themselves do honor to each other.
Huh?
A variety of ceremonies are scheduled.
Here I go. Volume 7.
Thanks. You're a wonderful fella, and are now free to resume your studies.
I'm quitting my studies for tonight.
I never saw you work any problems.
Miss Monroe didn't assign any problems. Our lesson for tomorrow is just a bunch of junk to memorize.
Got it memorized?
Yeah.
I'll bet.
Kiddo.
Uh-huh. Next Saturday, Exalted Big Dipper Day. Go ahead.
There are a variety of ceremonies planned, and here and there throughout the country. It's to be quite an occasion.
You want to go to Cincinnati, Indiana, or somewhere and march in some parade?
No.
You people skulking around discussing parades might be interested to know Smelly Clark's Uncle Strap.
This will stop, old fat iron. Papa and Mama are talking over a matter which is of absolutely no interest to you. Permit us to finish our conversation and then consider yourself at liberty to recount all the anecdotes that come to mind. Our local chapter here in town isn't planning to make much of Exalted Big Dipper Day. A lot of the fellas are going to be out of the city. We decided to let it slide. However, there's a certain ritualistic procedure to be observed in the privacy of the home. And that's where you come in.
Me?
Yeah.
How?
Well, Lodge headquarters stipulate that every Exalted Big Dipper...
Lodge headquarters stipulate every Exalted Big Dipper what?
You'll make fun of this.
Don't tell me that.
You're mixed up in it, though.
Really?
Rush, take volume 7 of my Lodge library and turn to page 118.
I'd like to know what I'm mixed up in that nobody's asked my permission about yet.
In this ritualistic ceremony, in the privacy of the home, you're supposed to take an active part.
Am I?
You have to serve me my supper.
Serve you your supper?
Yeah.
I always do serve you your supper.
Barefooted.
What?
I expect you'd laugh.
Page 118, Gum.
All right, hold it.
This is next Saturday night. I trot around barefooted.
Kiddo, will you let me explain?
Oh, sure.
It's a serious, sober, impressive ceremony, and although I understand it's liable to strike you comical, I wish you'd try to appreciate the fact that the sacred stars of the Milky Way is...
I won't laugh. Go ahead.
Next Saturday evening, at precisely 11 o'clock, the Exalted Big Dippers of every chapter in the country will sit down to supper.
Kind of a late supper.
Yeah.
Rush and I will probably want to eat earlier. Go ahead. I'm not laughing.
We don't have to go through the ceremony, Sade. Nobody'd know about it if we didn't bother. But I've always been a conscientious officer in the lodge, and I'd like to do what I'm supposed to do.
Sure.
Volume 7, open to page 118, Sam.
Yeah.
Read aloud, beginning at the first paragraph.
The Exalted Big Dipper will seat himself at a small table at precisely 11 o'clock.
You eat alone, huh?
Yeah. Do we have a small table?
Card table, do?
Sure.
You can borrow Donahue's.
Oh, will you do it?
All right.
Of course, you don't need to tell them what we want it for.
Don't worry, I won't.
Read on, Roy.
The room will be illuminated by green lights, so arranged...
So they can buy green electric light bulbs at the 10-cent store, can't he see?
I suppose.
All right.
The room will be illuminated by green lights, so arranged that large shadows are cast on the wall opposite the Exalted Big Dipper. The Exalted Big Dipper's wife will enter barefooted, carrying a plate of thin soup. This she will place on the table. Bow twice to the Exalted Big Dipper without speaking, turn around, and tiptoe away. Hey, am I in on this?
No.
Can I watch?
No.
I'll watch through the window. I'll get Bluetooth Johnson and Vernon Pegels and Leland
You
Ritchie.
do no such a half-wit thing. Anyway, the shades will be tightly drawn. Read.
The Exalted Big Dipper's wife's face will be free of talcum powder and lip red.
Oh, hey, now.
Well, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. Only thing is, it's a regular prescribed procedure. As a conscientious officer of the lodge, I'd like to obey it.
It's so kind of halfway heathenish.
Yes, I expect it strikes you that way.
Oh, I'd hate to have Miss Harris or somebody bust in and find you sitting underneath a green light eating thin soup and me trotting around barefooted. She'd get the impression she busted in on old King Cole.
She'd think, by George, she was in snake-infested India and a gang of guys out of the Arabian Nights.
Oh, hush. Your father don't want to be jollied about this.
As a matter of fact, I don't.
Read some more out of the book.
Exalted Big Dipper's wife's face will be free of talcum powder and lip red. She will see that her hands are clean and her hair neatly combed.
I hope so. I don't generally serve supper with dirty hands, with my hair in my eyes.
If convenient, station several persons in an adjoining room and instruct them to maintain a low moaning and wailing during the course of the meal.
I'm afraid that won't be convenient.
No.
Leland Richards and Vernon Peckles and Bluetooth Johnson and Smelly Clark would only be too delighted.
Read.
Huh?
Read.
Leland Richards can slap out more low moaning and wailing than
Read.
After the Exalted Big Dipper has finished his thin soup, he will be served a small bunch of white grapes. The white grapes will be followed by 1 ounce of rare beef, ungarnished with salt, pepper, or any other condiments.
I call that a pretty slim meal.
Oh.
You're going to eat your regular supper with us that evening, aren't you?
Oh, sure.
An ounce of rare beef wouldn't stay a person's stomach 6 seconds.
Read, Rush.
Ungarnished by salt, pepper, or any other condiments. The beef will be followed by a single lettuce leaf and a sip of cold water. Hey, talk about your hearty lunch.
Is that all, Rush?
At the conclusion of the meal, the Exalted Big Dipper will remain seated and ponder for 2 hours.
Well, that'll take clear up till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well. Is that all, Rush?
It's all the directions. Goes on to say, our founder, R.J. Conk, instituted this procedure on the 19th day of December 1881. He was in Topeka, Kansas at the time, and in an address he delivered at the fire department in that city, he said, in hoc ad yeper geek, sim spittle dum clock no, disputanum vip, ad nauseum spinch gonk, cornucopias divisum.
Never mind.
Huh?
Never mind the Latin.
Okay.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised with what Fred and Ruthie asked us to play 500 Saturday night.
if we play here, won't we?
Yes, I expect so. It's our turn.
When we play here, they always go home around 10:30. Never later than 10:45.
That's right.
Our ceremony don't begin until 11. Well.
All right.
You'll do it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Touche, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Mickey Rooney, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Here's the proven way to keep your hair well-groomed. The way successful men in both sports and business keep their hair looking its very best. It's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. See how the Vitalis workout helps your hair, helps stimulate your scalp. See how it prevents dryness, routs loose dandruff, and helps check excessive falling hair. And see how Vitalis keeps your hair handsome and healthy looking with never a trace of a greasy patent leather shine. For there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis. So try Vitalis and the 60-second workout. You'll like it, and you'll like what it does for the looks of your hair.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you eat meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Mickey Rooney. Yeah, that's the guy. Short, freckled, blonde hair, pug nose. Sort of a Van Johnson at half-mast. Yeah, a little bit of a guy. And in fact, they tell me when two grasshoppers meet, one says to the other, I ain't seen you since you was knee-high to Mickey Rooney. That's right. His size is a bit of a problem, too, you know, especially in Hollywood. Well, you know, he's too short to be a lover and too tall to be a producer. He's coming down to the tavern tonight to star in a new television show I'm writing. Television, Duffy, you know, TV, or, as they call it in the trade, voodoo. Huh? Well, Duffy, let me put it this way. You know the saying, vaudeville is dead? Well, television is where you watch the funeral. Yeah. Well, I think, Duffy, I think Rooney should be great for television. Well, sure, you know, they got them little 7-inch screens. He's a natural. Well, look, Duffy, I'm busy now. I'll call you back.
Hey, Archie, what's this about you writing a television program?
That's right, Miss Duffy. I'm going to get into television while it's still in its infancy.
What are you trying to do, stun its growth? Besides, what do you know about writing television?
What's to know? I wrote radio plays. Television is exactly the same, except you dub in the faces.
Well, if you take my advice, you'll forget television and stay right here where you got a steady job and a security of $15 every week.
You call that security, Miss Duffy? I've had me back to the wall so long, the handwriting is on me. Now, look, Miss Duffy,
Oh, Miss Dodge.
Oh, hey, did you hear them?
Hey, did you hear that news?
There's no reason you shouldn't hear it twice. You read 2 newspapers, don't you?
Eddie, may I repeat?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Did you hear the news? Archie's writing for television.
Ain't they having enough trouble?
Look, don't laugh television off, Eddie. It's a big thing. In fact, I often wonder how people ever got along without it.
I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
Eddie, from the tone of your inference, I gather you don't like television.
Oh, it's all right while you're sitting at a bar watching it. Just that I don't like the after effects.
You mean the eye strain?
No, the hangover.
Yeah, you're right, Eddie. Speaking personally, I'll still take radio.
Radio. Miss Duffy, I see you're still living in the medieval ages. Why don't you get up to date and realize that the future always progresses the past? We've got to advance. The television is to radio what the caliper is to the old-fashioned slide rule.
But what does that mean?
With a thought that deep, one does not stop to analyze.
Well, tell me, deep one. Who's going to act in this show of yours?
Only Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney!
Now, look, play on. I need him for the show, and there ain't enough of them to go around. If you'll both put out of here, I'd like to finish the script. Now, let's see. Act 2. Our hero enters. He's a man of the world. Handsome, dashing, debonair. An amused smile plays about his intelligent face. He speaks. Hello, Finnegan.
What you doing?
I'm writing a play for TV.
That's nice. TV who?
It ain't a who, Finnegan. TV is slang for the idiom. In other words, well, what is it that people go into the living room for every night and turn out the lights and watch for hours?
The dame next door.
Look, I'm talking about a different kind of entertainment, television.
Oh, God. Uncle Louie's got one of them things.
Oh, yeah? You like to watch it?
Well, I can't make up my mind, Arch. I don't get to see much of it, thanks to me sister.
How come?
Well, Uncle Louie's set's got a 7-inch screen, and me sister's got a 12-inch head.
Well, in that case, why don't you sit in front of your sister?
That's where me Uncle Horace sits.
Well, if he's sitting in front of her, how can she see?
Well, she can see. You know Uncle Horace.
Oh, yeah, the one with the hole in his head.
Yeah. He thinks television is wonderful. By the way, what's this television show that you're writing on?
Well, it's sort of a soap opera.
Arch, I wish you wouldn't use that word.
Opera?
No, soap. Every time I mention that word around the house, my old man washes me mouth out with dirt.
Well, I'll tell you what. To make your old man happy, I'll change it. I'll write a dirt opera, Finnegan.
Hi,
Arch. Well, Joe Moran. Hey, Joe, you're a radio guy. What do you think of television?
I don't know. I don't drink.
I think I'll send that to Fred Allen. But I asked you a question.
Well, frankly, Arch, I think television is going to kill the motion picture business.
I thought the motion pictures did that themselves.
That's very, very funny. Mind if I send that to Fred Allen?
Where do you think I got it? Well, anyway, when I'm driving that, Joe, you know, I'm writing a television show.
Oh? Well, when does it start?
Well, as soon as I find a sponsor.
A sponsor, huh?
Yeah, you know, a censor with money.
Well, any chance of a job in this show, Arch?
Acting?
Yeah.
Well, it could be, but would you mind first giving me an audition?
Not at all.
I'd like to make sure that you can run the gimlet of emotions. Now, leave me see you register, for instance, love. You know, like Charles Boyer.
Okay. Toujours l'amour, Truchet. Hetty, come with me to the drugstore. I will shower you with Truchet, the creamy, fragrant hand lotion that keeps hands feeling smoother, looking lovelier.
This is the hottest lover since Lanny Ross. Look, Joe, try another one. See what you can do with sorrow.
Okay. Get a load of this.
Oh, please, don't take away my bottle of Truchet. What would I do without it? It's different from other hand lotions because it has a unique beforehand extra that protects hands from chapping.
Well, how's that for sorrow, Arch?
Pretty sorry performance. Would you like to try for fright?
Okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Joe.
As long as Truchet is on your hand, before you do dishes or go outdoors, they're guarded against chapping. Water chapping as well as weather chapping.
Well, Arch, how was that for fright?
Frightful.
Well, Arch, you mean my acting leaves something to be desired?
It leaves something, Joe, but it ain't to be desired. Hey, wait a minute. Excuse me, Joe. Eddie, look who just come in. Mickey Rooney.
What?
There, walking in under the swinging doors. Eddie, watch me flatter the guy. Well, Jerry Cooper. How are you, tall in the saddle?
Wait a minute, just a minute, Arch. I'm Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney. Well, how time flies upwards. Tell me, Mick, what's new with you?
I don't know. I haven't read the gossip columns today.
Gotta send that to Fred Allen. Well, Mick, it certainly is good to have you down here to the tavern. Tell me, how come you never visited us before?
Well, up to now, Arch, my studio has been very strict with me.
Yeah, huh? What do you mean?
Well, my contract says I can't bail out of a plane, jump into a volcano, or go over Niagara Falls in a barrel, or be seen in Duffy's Tavern.
Think I'll send that one to Milton Berle. Tell me, Mickey, speaking of television, as we do in circles, is it true what they say in Hollywood?
What's that, Arch?
That the movie business is falling apart?
Arch, if things get any worse, the studios are going to produce the popcorn and hand out the pictures in the lobby. That's what.
Yeah. Things are pretty desperate out there in Hollywood, huh?
Desperate? Do you want to know a secret?
What?
Do you know what they're planning to do?
What?
Turn out good pictures.
No. Mick, they wouldn't dare.
It's the last resort.
Well, I guess it's what they say is true. There's no business in show business. But you're a trooper, Mick. You ain't got nothing to worry about. Incidentally, how did you ever start in show business anyhow?
Well, that goes back a long time, Arch. You see, when I was a baby, Mom and Dad wanted to find out what I was best suited for.
Uh-huh.
So right after I was born, they had the nurse give me a test.
Test, huh?
Yeah. On one side of me, she put a doctor's satchel, and on the other side, a lawyer's briefcase.
What did you reach for?
The nurse.
I see. So, they decided to make you an actor then, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I went into vaudeville with my mom and dad.
Yeah, huh? How old was you then?
2 years old.
2 years. Now, what'd you do before that?
Well, Arch, to tell the truth, I just loafed a little bit. But those were the days, good old vaudeville, the Chinese jugglers, the tightrope walkers, Weber and Fields.
Yeah, Gallagher and Sheen, Hammacher and Schlemmer. I used to love them acts. You know, I often wonder whatever happened to them corny old vaudeville jokes.
You really want to know?
Yeah.
I sent them to Fred Allen.
Sorry, I was just... Well, Edward G. Robinson.
And again, it's Mickey Rooney.
It's Edward G. Robinson.
I'm telling you, it's Mickey Rooney.
Okay, we'll ask him. Hey, bud, who are you?
Never mind who I am, see? I'm the fellow that asks the questions around here, see? This is my territory, see?
You're right, Arch. It's Mickey Rooney.
Hey, Mickey, there's an idea. Them dialects of yours, they're perfect for television.
Me, Arch, on television?
Well, certainly. You see, the way I figure it, them television audiences tired of wrestling and hockey. They're crying for something else to get tired of.
Well, tell me, what are you going to give them?
You. Now, how would you like to play the lead in a daytime soap opera?
How would you like a poke in the eye with a sharp stick?
Now, look, don't make no hasty decisions. There's room for good acting in television, you know. It's a medium where if anything is well done, it's rare.
You can send that one back to Pick and Pat, too.
Look, Mick, please, don't be jovial about this. You got your future to think of. You know, you've been around a long time now, and you ain't getting no taller, kid. Now, please, don't pass this up. Don't be a schmo, you know. There's a lot of room in television for tall, handsome, good-looking types like yourself.
That did it. The schmo must go on.
Well, Mickey, did you read me television script?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. What'd you think of it?
It should happen to Butch Jenkins.
We're saving him for the Hardy family. Look, this thing just looks bad on paper. Where do you hear it? Now, leave us run through it. You see, in the first scene, you play a married man. By the way, you've been married, ain't you?
Arch, pound for pound, I'm the most married guy in Hollywood.
That'll help you handle the part. Now, you're the husband, and Finnegan is your rival.
Finnegan is the rival. I say, well, who finally wins the girl, Arch?
You do, the husband.
Who plays the girl?
You do.
I'll play the rival.
Look, Mick, in television, they all look like that. Okay, we'll switch it around. You play the rival, Mickey. Now, places, everybody. Mr. Melnick, fanfare, please. Thank you. Okay. Now, Eddie, you exit from the left and read the opening announcement there.
Ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who are watching this television program at home, I say greetings. And to those of you who is watching it in bars, I say order a double. You'll need it.
Please, just read what's wrote there, will you?
Now I give you the director of our Voodoo Playhouse, Mr. Cecil B. Diarchi, our head villain. Hey, dude.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea. Tonight we bring you another episode in the true life story of lovable old John and his pretty young wife, lovable old Mary. A story that asks the question, can two people in love find happiness? As our scene opens, John, a brilliant young banker, unexpectedly returns home from his office to find his wife, Mary, making love to the Iceman. A typical American family. As our story begins, we find lovable old Mary speaking to lovable old John.
What's the idea coming home so early, you jerk?
Good evening, Mary. Mary, don't think me suspicious, but why is that derby hat hanging in the hallway?
I'm taking trombone lessons.
Well, what about them ice tongs on the couch?
Ice tongs? I borrowed them from a neighbor. I lost my eyebrow tweezers.
Mary, would you think me suspicious if I just asked one more question?
What is it?
What are you doing on the Iceman's lap?
John, you mean you put 2 and 2 together?
Yeah, and it adds up to 4.
I'm sorry, John, but I've loved him for years. Loved him, do you hear?
You mean all this time you've been cold to me? You've been warming up to the Iceman?
John, let's be civilized about this. Let's not make a scene of it, shan't we?
Mary, it's too late. We gotta have a showdown. Iceman, tell me, do you love Mary? I'm asking you. Speak now or forever hold my wife.
Mickey, that's your cue. Give out with a love scene like Clark Gable. Okay, Finn, give him the cue again.
Iceman, do you love my wife?
All right, you ask me. I'm going to tell you, sure, I love your wife. I love her, do you hear? That's the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be, brother.
Why, you cat! Take your cold hands off of her.
John, I'm afraid it's too late.
You mean?
His hands are no longer cold.
You might as well be a man about this, lovable John. I'm taking Mary away with me. Away, do you hear?
Lovable old Mary. Is this true?
Yes, lovable old John. This is the end.
The bitter?
The bitter.
Well, it had to happen to somebody. Good luck to you.
Well, so long, sucker. I hope there's no hard feelings.
Sucker, huh? Little does he know I didn't pay the ice bill.
Thank you. And now that Mary has run away with the Iceman, what will happen to John? Will he find new happiness with the refrigerator? Only time will tell. But first, a word from one of our sponsors.
Folks, as you know, we're celebrating National Eat a Plate of Rutabagas Week. For robust and vigorous health, try Colucci's Rutabagas, the rutabaga with the pedigree. One single helping of Colucci's Rutabagas contains more iron than the double bed spring. And it's twice as delicious. So remember, if it's iron that your system lacks, fill your stomach with rutabagas and listen to the clink. And above all, remember our sponsor's jingle. A. Avocado. B.
Boiled potatoes.
C.
Succotaceous. And D.
And folks, back to our smell-o-vision.
I'll ignore it. And now back to our story. The scene is 20 years later. Lovable old John has sank lower and lower. He has tried everything to forget. He's drifted from job to job. Western Union boy, song plugger, lighthouse keeper, general in a South American army. But all the time his mind was elsewhere. In desperation, he finally tried the want ads. And that was how John became a doctor. As luck would have it, Mary, in the meantime, had become a nurse. Our next scene is in the hospital. The head of this hospital is the famous Dr. Gillespie, played by Mickey Rooney. That's you.
I thought I was the Iceman.
We're short of actors. As our scene continues, there is a patient waiting on the operating table as Dr. Gillespie speaks.
Now, see here, Nurse Mary. I want you to prepare this patient for surgery. Looks like it's going to be a very delicate operation.
Then only you can operate, Dr. Gillespie. You, with those skillful, highly trained, sensitive surgeon's hands. Will you do it?
No, hang it all. On my last operation, I seem to have sewed my fingers together.
Then who will operate?
I'll find out, nurse. Is there a doctor in the house? I say, is there a doctor in the house?
I am a doctor.
You are a doctor?
Yes. I am lovable old Dr. John. Nurse, have you got the scalpel?
Yes, Doctor.
What does it read?
His temperature's down to 108.
108? That's pretty low. We better put him back in the sun. But first, let me look at the patient. Yay, horsefats. It can't be.
Who?
My rival, the Iceman.
Yes, there was the Iceman on the operating table. Lovable old Dr. John's hated rival that had took his wife away. What should John do? What would you do? In Dr. John's trembling hand was a scalpel, sharp as a surgeon's knife. One tiny slip of this scalpel, and the operation might be a success. Dr. John moved slowly toward the operating table. He looks down at his helpless victim, his mind racing blindly. Slowly, he raises his scalpel. And then... But first, a word from our sponsor.
If you thinking on kicking the bucket, see Cabinet, the smiling undertaker. Ask him about his free trial plan. Only 20 easy payments. Folks, here's your chance to drop dead and save money. And remember our slogan, have a Cavendish funeral while you are still young enough to enjoy it. And now, back to our television play.
Thank you, Eddie Green. Scalpel poised in midair, Dr. John hesitates as he faces the most momentous decision of his life. He thinks of Mary and the Iceman, and words from the past streak up through his subunconsciousness.
I'm taking Mary away with me. Away, do you hear?
Yes, John, and I'm leaving you. Do you hear?
Dr. John, snap out of it. What's the matter, Doctor? Hearing voices?
Yeah, but don't worry. I hear them all the time.
Well, tell me, have you made up your mind, my boy? Will you operate?
Yes. Even though the Iceman is my hated rival, I'll still operate.
Scout fellow.
Doctor?
Yeah?
Shall I burl the instruments?
Oh, let's just fry him for a change.
Dr. John?
Yes?
Dr. John, we'd better hurry. The patient seems to have trouble with his breathing.
I'll soon put a stop to that. Quick, nurse. Quick, eat her.
Eat her.
Ah, that clears me head. Now, give some to the patient. Dr. Gillespie?
Yes.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Cotton.
Cotton.
Scissors.
Scissors.
Ouch.
Sorry.
Bandage.
Bandage.
It's a tense moment. Dr. John begins the operation. First, he sutures the hemostat. Then, his sensitive fingers working swiftly but carefully, he stitches a hole in the epidermis and skewers up the dorsal fin. Finally, Dr. John speaks.
Gentlemen, the patient will walk again.
You mean the operation was a success, my boy?
Yep, but I never seen a worse case of tonsils.
Oh, Dr. John, you're wonderful.
Well, I did. Wait. That voice. Nice. Take off that mask.
But I'm not wearing a mask.
Mary, it's you.
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Benex Brushless Shave Cream. Benex is a new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Benex Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York, 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex Brushless. Or try it free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry. Offer limited.
Mickey Rooney will soon be seen in Quicksand and appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Thursday was Thanksgiving, as that fresh cranberry stain on your vest will indicate, and today we find Chester A. Riley thankful that it's all over. But a few days before Thanksgiving, Riley was singing a different tune as he was walking home from work with his friend, neighbor, and co-worker, Jim Gillis.
Hey, wait, Gillis. Let's go down this street here. I got to pick up our Thanksgiving turkey at Al's Meat Market.
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. My honeybee told me to pick ours up.
Ah, great guy, Al. You know, in our house, all four of us like the drumstick, and nobody likes the whatchamacallit. So this year, Al promised to give me a turkey with 4 drumsticks.
How is that possible? One turkey with 4 drumsticks?
Yeah, well, with Al, it's easy. Some other customer will get a turkey with no drumsticks and 2 whatchamacallits. You know, I love Thanksgiving, Gillis.
Yeah, me too. It's nice to stay home and bask on the bosom of the family.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky compared to other guys. We got something to be thankful for. After all, we've got our health.
Yeah, that's something to be thankful for.
We each got fine kids, and we're married to 2 fine, plain, home-loving girls.
Yeah, that's something to be thankful for.
You know, Gillis, we might have married a couple of flashy dames just for their looks. You know the type, those luscious blondes with those gorgeous figures, but we didn't.
That's something to be thankful for.
And that ain't all. I'm thankful for the good friends I got. Like you, Gillis. A guy couldn't ask for no better friend than you. You're wonderful.
I love you too, Riley. I feel like we're more than just friends. We're brothers.
Oh, we're more than brothers. We're sisters. Under the skin. I'll never forget what you did that time our house burned down and we had no place to live.
Ah, what did I do? So I let your family live in my house for a couple of weeks. Any noble-type person would have did the same.
Yeah, but you only charged us $4 a day, the ceiling price.
Well, one good thing deserves another. I was just paying you back for that time 5 years ago when I needed that blood transfusion to save my life. I'll never forget how you offered your blood.
Oh, it was nothing. I just called up the blood bank and told them to give you a pint out of the quart I gave them.
I know, Riley, but it ain't your blood. It's the thought behind it.
Gillis, I got a great idea. Why don't you and the family have Thanksgiving dinner at our house? We'll all give thanks together.
Hey, that's a super pipe idea. I'll bring over our turkey and all the trimmings.
Great. Oh, boy, what a Thanksgiving we'll have. 2 turkeys, 2 dishes of cranberry sauce, 2 boats of gravy, 2 pumpkin pies, 2 big cigars to smoke after dinner.
And 2 wives to do the dirty dishes.
Chester,
Mr. Riley, how could you go and invite the Gillises for Thanksgiving dinner without telling me? I'd like to feed my guests, and we've only got one small turkey.
Relax, Peg, relax. I also invited their turkey.
Oh. Oh, no. No, it's not right to let guests bring food. Now, we'll buy...
Dublin, it's real holiday spirit. When we sit down to eat, it won't be their food or our food. It'll be all for one and everybody for himself. You'll have fun.
Well, I don't mind Mr. Gillis, but Mrs. Gillis is an awful pill.
Now, see here, Beds. You're talking about my best friend's wife. Honeybee Gillis is not a pill.
Bob's right. She's long and skinny. She's more like a capsule.
Junior.
You watch that fresh talk, Junior. You ain't getting so big that I can't get your mother to spank you.
I'm sorry, Pop, but that Egbert Gillis is murder. And when he sits down at the table, he eats like a wolf.
I said stop it. Just remember that wolf happens to be the cub of my best friend. Now, it's all settled. The Gillises are coming to dinner. My head's made up.
Hurry up, Riley. We'll be late for work.
So anyway, Gillis, when I told Peg and the kids that you and the family is coming over for Thanksgiving dinner, they was thrilled. You know what they said?
How should I know what they said? I ain't the kind of a next-door neighbor goes around eavesdropping.
Well, they said, Riley, that's a wonderful idea.
Oh, fine. And tell Junior not to worry. I'll see that my Egbert don't eat like a wolf.
Gillis, you heard.
Well, ever since that cut-rate dentist filled my tooth with copper, my ears pick up like a radio. Now, come on. If we're late once more this month, the boss will blow his top.
Oh, quit worrying. Mr. Stevenson went out of town for Thanksgiving.
No, he's staying here. Only his family went away. The chauffeur told me.
Oh, well, then we better snap it up.
Hi, fellas.
Hiya, Sharky.
Hi.
Heard the news? Botkin quit his job.
You mean the foreman, Benzedrine Botkin?
Yeah.
No kidding. Who's going to be the new foreman?
Nobody knows yet. Stevenson is going to announce somebody after Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's a great job. I wonder who's going to get it.
Yeah, I wonder.
Every guy in the plant is angling for it. All sorts of schemes going on. Well, I got to go, fellas.
Hey, Sharky, what's that you got wrapped in that newspaper?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Just some petunias I picked for the boss's desk.
Ain't that disgusting, Riley? What some guys won't do just to butter up the boss.
Positively sickening. Now, me, I don't mind putting in 8 hours of hard work for Stevenson, and I'll gladly work overtime for time and a half. But when it comes to playing up to him, I draw the line. That's when I revolt.
I'm with you, pal. I revolt, too.
Yes, sir. We're both revolting.
Hello, Stevenson speaking.
Hello, boss. This is Gillis. I just heard you're going to be a bachelor on Thanksgiving. Me and the family would love to have you break bread on us.
Well, say, that's awfully nice of you, Gillis. I think I can... hold on a minute, will you? My other phone's ringing. Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Riley. What are you doing for dinner on Thanksgiving?
You invited Mr. Stevenson?
Well, sure. He'll let me know definite tomorrow, but he'll come. Yes, sir. I'm out to get that foreman's job, Dumpling, and this will cinch it.
Oh, how?
While you're stuffing his stomach with turkey, I'll be stuffing his head about how good I am.
Oh, but you can't do that, especially with the Gillises here.
Oh, the Gillises won't be here. I'll uninvite them.
You couldn't do that. It isn't fair.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a double cross, but this may be the break of my lifetime. And after all, I'm not double-crossing just anybody. I'm doing it to my best friend.
But, honeybee, don't you get it? I invite the big boss here to dinner, I get in good with him, and the next day I'm foreman.
But you promised to go to the Riley.
Oh, I'll get out of that pooch face. This is a crucial thing. Now leave everything to me, vision of loveliness. Hey, Riley.
Oh, hiya, Gillis. I was just coming over to see you, pal.
I was just coming over to see you, Riley, my friend.
Listen, chum. About this joint Thanksgiving dinner over at my joint. I was thinking.
That's funny, Riley. So was I.
Yeah, I thought maybe we ought to call it off.
Oh, you was?
Yeah. You see, Gillis, I figured the best way to keep a friendship going is not to get too friendly.
Well, you got a good point there in your head.
In fact, it's very dangerous to get together Thanksgiving. I can see just what's going to happen. You'll come over with your wife and Egbert and your turkey. And there's me and my wife and kids in our turkey. It's very crowded.
Where am I sitting?
On the piano stool. Very uncomfortable. And everybody's nerves is on edge. First thing you know, my junior says to your Egbert, "Hey, Egghead, don't eat like a wolf."
Yeah, and then my Egbert takes a poke at your junior and gives him a bloody nose.
Right. And then my wife comes in, takes one look at Junior and yells, "Junior, wipe that cranberry sauce off your face."
But then she finds out what happened, so she turns on my honeybee.
That's right. And Peg says, "Really, honeybee, you might teach that brat of yours some manners." And then, naturally, your honeybee turns on my Peg.
Well, naturally. And she tells your wife off, but good.
And then I got to stick up for Peg, so I say, "Pipe down, honeybee, you're nothing but a pill." And that gets you sore, Gillis.
Why, that's what I always say. Oh! Yeah. I'm fine enough, so I say, "See here, Riley, I'm the only one can insult my wife." And then I pick up a turkey leg and throw it at you.
And I throw a whatchamacallit at you.
Right in the eye I get it. So I say to you, "Listen, you big baboon."
Who's a big baboon, Gillis, I say?
You are, you weasel, I say.
Well, if that's the way you feel, beat it. Go on, take your wife and your kid and your turkey and your stuffing.
Okay, I'm going. You know, if that's the way it's going to be, Riley, we better call this dinner off.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gillis.
Well, so long, pal.
Hello, chum. Happy Thanksgiving. We need some more rivets, Gillis.
Oh, yeah. Oh, quickie time, Riley.
Yeah, okay. You know, I sure am glad we called off our Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, much better we should each have a quiet dinner with no headaches, except our wives.
Yeah, you're right.
Riley.
Mr. Stevenson, what's he doing in the shop?
Riley, I want to thank you again for your invitation for Thanksgiving dinner.
Why, you double-crossing snake.
And Gillis, I want to thank you for your invitation.
Gillis, why, you're a bigger snake than I am.
Well, what's the trouble, boys?
So that's why you wanted to get out of our joint dinner.
Well, what about you?
Now, wait a minute, boys. Were you planning to have Thanksgiving dinner together?
Well, yes, only we...
Well, fine. That solves everything. I can accept both of your invitations at the same time. So go right ahead with your original plans and count me in. See you tomorrow at 3.
What a revolting development this is.
But, Jimsy, I thought your boss was coming here for dinner.
No saccharine lips. That's all changed now. We're all going to eat at Riley's.
Oh, but Egbert's been invited to Artie Meyer's house.
Good. Maybe it's better my boss don't see our Egbert. Things are tough enough.
Well, all right, we'll go. Even if it is Riley's house, you can still drop a few hints about the foreman's job.
Oh, no, that's out. Riley and me made an honorable deal. And hinting wouldn't be croquette.
I guess you're right. It's not the honest thing to do.
But I got a better plan. We're bringing a turkey, and Riley's got a turkey. But what do we need 2 turkeys for?
Why, yes, one'll be enough for 7 people, especially the portions Riley serves.
So I'll sell our gobbler and buy the boss a box of his favorite cigars. That'll put us in salad.
Oh, Jimsy, you're so clever.
But, Dumplin', it's so simple. Gillis is bringing a turkey, and we got a turkey. What do we need 2 turkeys for?
Well, yes, it is a lot, and today with the food shortage.
Sure, so I'll sell our turkey and buy the boss a cigar lighter. It's patriotic to save food, and the boss will love me for that lighter.
Well, now wait, Riley.
Poor Gillis. I bet he'd love to borrow my brain.
Well, I don't like it, Riley. It's underhanded, and it's just not fair.
I know, Peg, but you don't understand. This is business. And the business world, it's like a jungle. Beast against beast. That's the only way to get ahead. So don't you worry. When I'm foreman, you'll give thanks that you're married to a beast like me.
the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Say, Ken, millions are asking for Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Of course, Prell's popular for two reasons.
First, Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo because Prell can't leave a dulling soap film.
Second, Prell's a wonder for unsightly dandruff. Yes, Prell removes such dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it. In case after case, even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week.
And that handy Prell tube's popular, too. No messy jars, no waste or spill.
A little makes mountains of lather. So for hair radiantly clean, hair free of unsightly dandruff, ask for...
P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prell Shampoo.
By Prell. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Well, got the table all set.
Oh, it looks beautiful, Babs. Hey, where's the carving knife?
Oh, here it is, Pop.
I wonder if it's sharp enough. Junior, bend your head down.
Riley! Oh, for heaven's sake.
Oh, don't get excited. I just want one hair.
Now, who left the door open like that? Oh, shut that.
No. Leave it open.
Well, why, Daddy?
Well, Gillises' hands will be so full carrying his turkey, he won't be able to ring the bell.
Oh, don't be silly. Shut it back.
Say, I almost forgot the champagne. Where's the champagne?
Oh, here, Daddy.
Junior, empty the ashes out of the bucket and fill it with ice. I'll put the champagne in it. I want the boss to have everything like he has at home. Oh, this champagne's great stuff. Imported from San Diego.
Oh, that must be the Gillises.
Happy Thanksgiving, folks.
Oh, Mr. Gillis.
Come in, Gillis, old pal. I hope you've run your appetite.
Don't worry, Riley. I'll gorge up my quota of victuals.
Hello, Mr. Gillis.
Hi.
Gillis, you're alone?
Oh, no. Honeybee went in through your kitchen.
Oh, naturally.
Boy, that turkey smells delicious.
Oh, yeah, I smell it, too. That aroma sure has a wonderful odor.
Well, I don't smell any turkey.
Well, Ted, where's your nose? Why, the air is reeking with it.
It certainly is. Pardon me while I drool.
Well, I better give Honeybee a hand in the kitchen. Oh, there's Mr. Stevenson.
Now, remember, Gillis, no hinting about the job.
Not a word.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stevenson. Come
Hi, boys.
Hi there, Chief.
Well, Junior, Barbara.
Hello, let me take your coat.
Thank you, Barbara.
Here, sit down, boss. Make yourself at home in my chair.
What Gillis means is make yourself at home in my chair. In my home.
I hope I'm not too early, Riley.
Oh, no, you're just in time. We were all waiting for you, including the turkey.
Turkey. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water.
Riley, give the boss a blotter.
Well, should we sit down, Peg? Huh?
Yes, dear, I'm all ready.
Oh, good.
Hello there, everybody.
Hello, honeybee.
Oh, Mr. Stevenson, charmed, simply charmed.
Pleasure to see you, Mrs. Gillis.
Well, shall we sit down, Honeybee?
Yes, by all means, darling.
Well, let's see. You sit here, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you.
And, let's see. Honeybee and Miss Gillis there. And Ronnie sits there.
Yeah.
Oh, and Babs and Junior. Oh,
Here, Mr. Stevenson. Here, Mr. Stevenson, you do the carving. Huh?
Oh, no, I couldn't, Riley.
Oh, go on. You're good at cutting salaries. Try it on a turkey.
Well, all right. Well, I'm all set. Bring on the turkey.
Okay, bring on the turkey.
Yep, bring on the turkey.
All right, Honeybee, bring on the turkey.
Say, where is it, Peggy, dear?
Why, in the kitchen where you put it.
I didn't put it anywhere. Where'd you put it, darling?
Something wrong, folks? Why, don't worry, boss. We'll track it down. Gillis, where's the turkey you brought?
Oh, I didn't tell you. I didn't bring any.
You didn't?
Well, where's the turkey you had?
Oh, well, that's right. I didn't tell you. We ain't got it. Oh. You see, we thought you were...
Oh, dear.
Oh, my.
Now,
Gypsy, run down to the delicatessen and see if you can get some turkey. Hurry.
Okay, sit tight. Excuse me a minute, folks.
Riley, say something.
I read in a magazine once that sardines have got more vitamins than all...
how's school coming, Junior?
Oh, fine, Mr. Stevenson.
Nice weather for Thanksgiving, isn't it? Wonder how Cornell make out against Penn. I was thinking of going to see the new play at the Madison tonight, but I hear it's in Turkey. Oh, come now, folks. Just because there's been a little mishap with the turkey doesn't mean we all have to be so glum. Who wants this carving knife?
Oh, you can't imagine how embarrassed I am, Mr. Stevenson.
Well, please don't be. Worse things can happen.
Yeah, the boss is right. Why, if somebody walked in now and saw us sitting here like this, they'd think this was a funeral.
Speak for yourself, John.
Digger, it's you.
Yes, it is I. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. You're looking fine. Very hungry.
Why didn't you ring the bell, Digger?
Well, I came in through the kitchen. You see,
This is my boss, Mr. Carl Stevenson. Boss, Digger Odell.
How do you do?
Carl Stevenson. Well, as I live and breathe, if you'll pardon the expression. Glad to know you, sir. One of my dearest cronies was your late uncle, Rufus Q. Stevenson, the pawnbroker.
Oh, yes, good old Uncle Rufus.
A fine man. He once helped me out of a hole. I've always regretted I couldn't do the same for him.
We were almost going to have a little Thanksgiving dinner, Digger.
Ah, Thanksgiving. My favorite holiday. Started by the Pilgrims, one of whom was my ancestor, Roger Odell.
Really?
Ah, yes. He started the family profession, a stone's throw from Plymouth Rock.
Gee, a pilgrim.
The very day they landed, they were attacked by a ferocious band of Iroquois. And Roger Odell personally made 50 Indians bite the dust.
Wait a minute, Digger. He killed 50 Indians?
No, the others killed them, but Odell made them bite the dust. Well, toodaloo.
Oh, we'd ask you to stay for dinner, Mr. Odell.
Oh, no, thank you. My family and I were invited at the last minute to be the guests of J.J. Gabriel.
Oh, yeah. He's the town's biggest undertaker.
Oh, yes. He does a land office business.
You're eating dinner at his place?
I have to for business reasons. So I brought you over our turkey, all cooked and ready to serve.
Digger! You brought us a turkey?
Yes, I laid it out in the kitchen.
Oh, Digger, you saved my life.
I did? Well, after all, it's a holiday.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Odell.
I really must go. Gabriel is waiting for me outside. That's Gabriel now. And you know me. When Gabriel blows his horn, I come a-running. Cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Boy, Digger sure saved our life with this turkey, eh? Hey, Gillis, can't you eat quieter? You sound like the super chief.
On my word, Mrs. Riley, I haven't had a meal like this in years.
Neither have we. Oh. That's no way to talk.
Don't yell at the boy, Dumplin'. He only means we can't eat like this every day with the salary I get on the job I got now. Have some more of my turkey, boys. Huh?
Hey, Riley, no hinting. Here, boys, have one of my radishes.
No, thank you, really.
How about a little more pie? Here, take mine.
No, take mine. I ain't bitten into mine yet.
More coffee, boss?
Please, boys, not another morsel. All I want now is to fall into a soft chair and smoke a good cigar.
Oh, well, here, smoke a whole box.
With my love. Well, light him with this nifty lighter, right from my heart.
Well, boys, this is very nice of you, but you really shouldn't have done it. I don't expect any presents.
Oh, forget it, boys.
Well, shall we go in the other room?
Yeah, no, wait. Let's drink a toast.
Good idea. What do we drink to?
Let's drink to the health and happiness of the new foreman.
Oh, then you know Riley.
Well, I sort of guessed.
You know too, Gillis?
Well, I know what a great executive you are, boss. So there's only one man you could pick. Get ready, honeybee.
I'm too excited.
Well, I'm glad you men like the man of my choice. So here's luck to the new foreman, Joe Beamish.
And to Joe Beamish! Joe Beamish? Joe Beamish?
Yes, Joe Beamish. Fine fellow. Oh, Gillis, hand me that ashtray, please.
Get it yourself.
Don't be rude.
Something wrong? Riley, what's the matter?
What's the matter? Making Joe Beamish foreman. After all we did for you, some gratitude.
What Riley's saying, I'm endorsing in a spaceship.
Now, wait.
When you opened up the plant and you couldn't get no help, who gave up a good job to go and work for you? We did. But where was Joe Beamish?
Go on, Riley. Give it to him good.
Right in front of me.
But Riley...
And during the war, we could have gotten better jobs for more pay, but we stuck with you. And where was Joe Beamish then?
He was flying a plane over Germany.
Germany. That's a fine place to be with a war going on. Oh, that Joe Beamish. The one who was wounded?
Yes. He's out of the hospital now. And he uses that artificial leg just fine. Besides that, he has seniority, and he's a fine worker.
You couldn't have picked a better man, boss.
I'm sorry if I've disappointed you fellas.
Oh, you didn't, Mr. Stevenson. What Riley says, I agree with him.
Honest, I ain't disappointed either. Joe Beamish deserves the job.
That's the way to talk, dear. I don't mind if you're not foreman.
Oh, sure. Why should you mind, Dumpling? After all, you got plenty to be thankful for as it is. You're still young and good-looking. You got a son who's handsome. You got a daughter who's gorgeous. And you got a husband who... Hey, if there's any more turkey left, I'll have to whatchamacallit.
Riley's will be back in just a moment. The Wonder Shampoo. That's what they say about Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. From Fair Lawn, New Jersey, Mrs. P.S. Keller writes,
I am so pleased with the results of my Prell shampoo. Even in our hard water, Prell really worked wonders. Left my hair clean and soft, nicely manageable.
Yes, one trial, and you'll agree, Prell's a wonder for two reasons. First, Prell removes unsightly dandruff quickly. Second, Prell leaves hair radiantly lovely. Buy, try.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Well, it ended up a nice dinner after all, didn't it, honeybee?
Simply scrumptious.
And even if we ain't foreman, we're still friends. Hey, Riley? Through thick and thin.
Yes, Sir Gillis, and believe me, they don't come any thicker than us.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix can currently be seen in the Paramount picture Where There's Life. The script is by Reuben Ship and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
Oh, she was the Duchess' daughter. Her finery looked just so. She washed them all as water with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. The soap that's so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons and dainty lingerie. And your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps lovely washables lovely longer. Prove it. This week, wash your dishes with Ivory Snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll really know it's extra kind of fine fabrics. There's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow is the only soap, both ivory mild and in granulated form. Make suds instantly in lukewarm, even in cool water. Your hands will tell you why Ivory Snow keeps pretty lingerie and other nice things lovely longer.
Oh, wonderful Ivory Snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Carpenter reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
There's Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Dog is wrong. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, life is indeed gloomy for poor Abner. Elizebeth and little Pearl have left him. All Abner found when he entered his house to settle his marital misunderstandings was a brief farewell note and some cold corned beef in the icebox. All efforts to locate Elizebeth and Pearl have failed so far, and her disappearance is shrouded in mystery. As we look in on the little community today, we see the old fellows in their jot-em-down store and library. Abner is talking on the telephone. Listen.
No letter at all, huh? Not even a postcard? Well, if anything comes for me, well, let me know right away, Dick. All right. Goodbye. Blame it, didn't get a single word.
Well, natural. Elizabeth went away and left you. She ain't going to sit around writing love letters to you.
Well, she could at least write and tell me where she's at, Lum.
Well, she don't want you to know where she's at. At least not right away. She wants to keep that a secret more likely.
Well, I ought to have got a letter from her brother then, the one that lives down there in Texas. When Elizabeth goes anywhere, that's where she generally goes. So I read him and asked him if she was there, but he won't even answer my letter.
Well, he ain't had time to answer it yet.
Oh, he's had enough time. Just sits around the house, don't hardly ever do nothing. Well, except go to work every day. He's got plenty of time to write, though.
I mean, there ain't been time for a letter to get to him and for him to send one back to you.
No, he just says that. Just using that for an excuse. Actually, he's just too ornery to write to me. That's the whole thing. Just too ornery.
Now, wait a minute, Abner. You're jumping at conclusions here.
More than likely, he taken my letter and tore it up in little bitty pieces. That's just about what he done. Maybe he never even read it before he tore it up. I don't know.
Abner, before you go around making statements like that, you ought to get the facts of the case first.
Making no weeds. Imagine a fella doing a thing like that, Lum. Your own brother-in-law tearing up a letter without even reading it first.
He never done no such a thing.
He did do it.
He never.
Well, if he never done it then, how'd I find out about it?
Well, just wait a minute now. Tell me exactly how did you find out about it?
Why? Let's see now. Where did I hear that? I know I heard it somewhere.
The only place you heard it was from yourself, and all you done was imagine it.
No, sir, I heard it somewhere.
No, you never. So just forget that and try to relax. This whole thing's got you so upset you don't know hardly what you're doing.
Well, maybe it was Grandpappy Spears that told me.
No, it wasn't Grandpap. Now, stop worrying, Abner.
See who
You'll get a hearing from your brother-in-law in a day or so, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Elizebeth come back quicker than ever then.
Come back?
Why, sure. She won't be able to stay away very long, I don't think. They always come back.
Well, I don't believe Elizabeth will, old Lum. That note she left for me sounded awful fine.
Sometimes they come back when you don't want them.
Yeah, well, I want her back, but she said in that note that she could see that the only thing to do was just take little Pearl and leave me for good.
Yeah, I know, but again, she gets away from here, she'll start recollecting how nice everything used to be at home. Then she'll get to missing you, and get homesick. She'll be back.
Doggies, I hope so. Tell you, Lum, again, I wake up in the morning and I don't hear Elizabeth and little Pearl clattering around the house. It just don't seem like there's any reason to get up. Don't seem like life's worth living no more.
Elizebeth clatters in the morning, does she?
Oh, yeah, her and little Pearl. Get out there and chop wood to build a fire to cook breakfast. I lay there in bed, hear 'em every morning. Every morning of the world. Chop, chop, chop.
Pull yourself together, Abner. This ain't gonna last but a few days more. At least I don't think it will.
All as before, I wish Elizebeth and Pearl had quiet down and quit all that noise in the morning so as I could get some sleep. Doggies, now, I'd give anything in the world to hear that noise. Chop, chop.
That's the way with everything. A fella don't ever appreciate something till he has to get along without it. You never miss the water till the well goes dry. I've always said that.
Well, we got a good well of water, Lum. It's Elizebeth that's worming, her being gone.
I know, I just use it.
I could borrow water from my neighbors, but Elizabeth's gone, Lum. That's the worst thing that could happen to me. I know one thing, if Elizebeth ever does come back, I'm going to be awful good to her. Never get mad at her again. Never say a mean word to her.
Well, good for you, Abner. I'm proud to hear you say that.
Doggies, I might even help her chop the wood. Once in a while.
Well, now, wait a minute, Abner. Don't get yourself carried away with all your good resolutions here. It's one thing to be good to your woman, but actual doing woman's work's going a little too far.
It is, huh?
Yeah. She'll have you milking the cows and feeding the stock and doing the plowing the first thing you know.
Doggy, that's just about right.
And she won't have no respect for you if you start doing things like that.
No, I reckon you're right, Lum. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what I'll do, though. I'll keep the axe good and sharp for her. I'll do that.
Well, that's all right.
Doggy, I wish she'd come back. I sure would.
Don't worry, she will. Just be patient.
Well, I can't be patient at a time like this. Doggy, wait a minute. I know what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm going to go get her.
Well, how can you do that?
Well, I'll do it some way. I'll carry her all the way home if I have to, but I'm going to get her back here, Lum.
Yeah, but you don't know where to get to her.
Huh?
So far, we ain't been able to find a single clue telling us where she might have went. Not a single person we've talked to knows a thing about her, or else they ain't telling us the truth, Lum.
Yeah, well, I know where she's at. She's down in Texas at her brother's place. That's where she's at.
No, you don't know that for sure now, Abner.
I do done it, Lum. That's why her brother tore up that letter of mine. He just don't want me to know she's down there.
For goodness sake.
Doggies, I'll show him a couple of things or two. I'll go right down there and drag that young lady home. That's what I'll do. And I won't stop to pick up the broke glass, neither.
Broke glass?
No, sir.
What broke glass?
Why, the glass in the window. He'll have all the doors locked on me where I can't get in the house. I'll just have to break through a window. All I hope is he misses me.
Misses you?
Yeah, I'd hate to get filled full of buckshot.
Now, wait a minute. Are you trying to make me believe that he'd get out a gun and start shooting at you?
Why, sure he will.
No, that outcaps anything I've heard you say yet.
I know it. I don't understand it myself, Mom. I don't know what's come over that man. I just can't figure it out. Used to be such a nice, gentle sort of a feller, too. My favorite brother-in-law. Now look at him, firing a gun at his own relay.
Oh, for goodness sakes, he ain't doing no such a thing.
Why, he is. That's what they're saying about him.
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's all these fellers that's saying that?
Why,
There, you don't know. This is all just your imagination, Abner. And that's something you ought to get over. Because someday that imagination of yours will more than likely be a ruination of you, getting you in a lot of trouble. So just watch out for it.
Well, that ain't what I'm watching out for. It's that buckshot that I'm worried about right now.
Abner, there ain't going to be no buckshot fired at you. Your brother-in-law's a nice fella, and he wouldn't even do such a thing as that.
Why, he would, Lum, since this change has come over. I don't believe you'd even recognize him now. Looks like a different fella, Lum.
Well, how do you know? You ain't saw him for a couple of 3 years. How can you tell what he looks like now?
Huh?
You see, this is all just your imagination, Abner. All you got to do is say something out loud, and right away you think it's something you've heard someplace, and it's actual truth. What if I went around doing that, too? Granny, both of us had been ruined a long time ago.
All I know, Lum, is that I hate and despise that low-down brother-in-law of mine.
No, you don't.
I do.
You ain't got a single reason in the world to hate him.
Fella shooting at you and you won't hate him for...
Well, wait till you find out the facts before you say anything like that. Try to pattern yourself after me for a while.
After you?
Yeah. I always find out the actual true facts of anything before I make any statements.
You do, huh?
Yeah, that way I always know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You don't hear me going around making mistakes like you do.
Just the same, I hate and despise my brother-in-law.
No, you don't, Abner.
Yeah, I do.
Who you ought to hate is Sister Simpson. Or Annabelle Kearney. There's the one. There's the woman to blame right there. She's the one that caused all this trouble. If she hadn't come to Pine Ridge for a visit, none of this would have ever happened.
Dogged, I believe you're right, Mom. Dad, blame her anyway.
Hey, you know what I've got a good mind to do?
Huh?
I believe I'll just call her up and tell her exactly what I think of her.
Yeah, call her up. Dogged, I'll tell her a couple of things myself. Whereabouts is she staying? Over at the Blevins' place?
I reckon so. She always does whenever she comes to town.
Yeah.
Her and the Blevins is some kind of kin, I think. Cousins or something. What's their ring?
2 short and a long. I believe it is long. No, it ain't. A short and a long, a short. That's what it is. Made a mistake. Well, as I know that place, I had you calling the Bates' place there. I wish that woman would have never come to town. Let's just tell her to get out of town and never come back.
Hello? Is that you, Miss Blevins? Well, I'd like to speak with Annabelle. Annabelle Kearney.
I'll speak to her, too,
Mom?
Her and my brother-in-law out of
Oh, is she left already?
He was here.
She never. Are you sure about that? Oh, fine to goodness. Mom? Oh, no, it weren't nothing important. Fact is, I believe I had the wrong name, come to think about it.
No, that's her name, Mom.
Sorry I bothered you, Miss Blevins. Well, all right. Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, I do know.
What's the matter, Mom?
That's curious.
Huh?
Annabelle Kearney ain't in town.
She ain't.
Oh, and what's more, she ain't been here neither. Not for 3 years, Miss Blevins said.
Well, for the land's sake. Well, how'd all these stories about her get started then?
Yes, I don't know.
Whereabouts did you hear that Annabelle Kearney was in town, Mom?
I was just trying to think.
Was it Mousy Gray?
No, it couldn't have been Mousy, because I was the one that told him.
Huh? Sister Simpson?
No, I don't believe so. No, I know it wasn't. I recollect she called up here asking about a cat named Annabelle.
Yeah, well, that was the one I got Elizebeth for a present, but never had a chance to give it to her.
And after that, let's see. Well, for goodness sakes, I don't believe nobody told me.
Huh?
I just got to putting 2 and 2 together that day, and I was the one that started this whole, well, just skip it.
What was you going to say?
Nothing, Abner. It ain't nothing important.
Well, what was it?
I told you it weren't nothing important.
Well, now, it must have been something, Lord.
All I was going to say, Abner, was that I've changed my mind. I don't believe you ought to pattern yourself after me.
A look at the golden times that made radio famous. Tonight we will hear the suspense drama Casey, Crime Photographer. But first we will hear from Amos and Andy. Early in the history of the Amos and Andy, Freeman Godson and Charles Correll played all the parts, over 100 separate voice characterizations. Later, there were other players added to the cast. Godson played Amos Jones, a very sober, upright fellow, and Correll played Andy, anybody's fool, and the perfect example of there's one born every minute. Andy was forever being tricked by another Godson character, the Kingfish. It never failed, and Andy would have a few dollars that the Kingfish would get one way or another. In fact, the Kingfish became so popular that Amos became a part-time character. This program was first heard on December 8, 1944, and in it the Kingfish helps Andy make an investment.
Andy, did you hear that? Come on, will you?
Did I hear what?
That whistle. That's the Rinso White whistle.
And Rinso means us.
That's right. Rinso gets clothes Rinso White, and Rinso presents the Amos and Andy Show. Well, a few weeks ago, crossed wires in the home of Mr. and Mrs. George Kingfish Stevens started a fire in the living room which destroyed or damaged most of the furniture. Luckily, the Kingfish had a fire insurance policy covering it all, and at the moment we find Henry Van Porter at the Stevens home with a check covering the loss.
Well, Kingfish, here's your check from our insurance company in the amount of $400. Now I hope you realize the great value of having insurance.
Oh, thanks, Henry. $400, and all on account of having a short circuit in them wires. Great thing, them wires.
Well, that's what caused the conflagration, all right. Your fire started here in the living room under the Davenport, didn't it?
Yeah, Henry. I was laying on the sofa, and before I knew it, it was burning all around me.
Yeah. Well, didn't you notice it with all that burning horsehair? It must have smelled awful.
Well, it did, Henry, but I thought it was my wife's sapphire cooking supper. You see, you know, when it comes to cooking, she ain't exactly no Oscar of the Ritz.
Yeah. Well, Kingfish, in going over the list of damaged furniture, one thing that puzzled us considerable at the insurance company office was how 2 bedroom chairs got in the living room in time to get burned.
Yeah, well, now, that's what I'm going to explain to you. I tell you, Henry, when I discovered that the place was on fire, my first thought was of the poor insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
I say to myself, how can I help the insurance company? Then an idea hit me.
Yes, go on.
I runs into the bedroom, and I grabs 2 of them beautiful chairs that I had in there, you see. And I starts to carry them out by the way of the front door. And then I say to myself, I cut through the living room here, you see, make a shortcut.
Yes?
Suddenly I tripped, and the chairs fly right out of my hands, right into the flames. I tell you, I could have sit down and cried.
Yes, well, if you ever have another fire, Kingfish, we would appreciate it very much if you would forget the interest of the insurance company and let the flames get to the furniture by themselves.
Yeah, I'll do that. Now, look, and all I was trying to do was...
Oh, hello, Henry. I didn't know you was here.
Hello, Sapphire.
Come in, honey.
Yes, I just come by to give George the $400 check for the insurance claim.
Oh, wonderful. Well, George, now that we've got this check, I want you to take it right down to the bank and deposit it. Because tomorrow I want to go out and buy some new furniture.
Okay, honey, I'll deposit it. Oh, and look at all this beautiful money. $401 bills. Ain't that the most magnificent sight you done ever see?
Yeah, sure pretty, all right. But don't you think you ought to deposit in the bank like Sapphire says instead of just cashing the check?
Oh, I'm going to deposit, but when you get $401 bills, you got to love them, have a little pleasure with them before you let them go, you know.
Well, come on. Sit up at the desk here where I can talk to you.
Well, hello there.
Hi, Amos. Hi.
Yeah, just dropping by. Kingfish, what is you doing laying on the floor there all covered up with dollar bills?
Yeah, ain't that the craziest thing you done ever seen, Amos?
Oh, look, fellas, everybody has their depressed desires. With me, it's always been to lay on the floor buried in money. Say, Ann, would you mind slapping a couple more bills on my face? I think I'm beginning to show through there.
Yeah, you're big pieces, too. I got $75 on them, and they still ain't covered.
Kingfish, if that's the insurance money that you and Sapphire is going to buy furniture with, you ought to put that in the bank.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to do, Amos. I just wanted to be close to this stuff for a couple of minutes. Boy, look at that picture on the bill there. Ain't that a great face? The father of our country.
Kingfish, why don't you pick that money up? Besides, you ain't counted it for at least 5 minutes now.
Yeah, maybe I better here. Let me stack it up here, get it together, and kind of pile it up here on the desk, yeah.
Yeah, well, fellas, I got to get back to my taxi. See you later, Andy. So long, millionaire.
Yeah, so long.
Oh, hello, Gabby.
Oh, hello, Amos. Glad to see you. Is you leaving?
Yeah, I'll be seeing you, Gabby. Come in.
Come in, Gabby. Come in.
Oh, hello, Andy Kingfish. Glad to see you. Glad to see you.
Yeah.
How's you, Gabby?
Oh, I just stopped in to say hello. Just want to say hello. Wait a minute. Can I believe my eyes, or do I really see George Washington peeking at me from hundreds of different places?
Well, it ain't Patrick Henry.
That's my insurance money, $400.
Oh, I see. 400. My.
Gabby, what did you do in putting your face down on the desk in that money?
Oh, it's so soft on my cheeks, so soft. Oh, that feels so good.
You know, between you and the Kingfish, you're going to rub all the ink off of them bills.
What you going to do with the money, Kingfish? What you going to do?
Well, I'm going to deposit it in the bank.
What a shame. Putting money in the bank is financial suicide. You can invest that money and double it overnight. By tomorrow morning, you would have $800 instead of $400. Then if you invest it overnight again, it would amount to $1,600. Then if you done it again, it would amount to it would amount to a large figure.
Overnight profit. Gabby, you done give me a thought there. Say, Andy, Sapphire don't need that money till tomorrow.
Yeah, and from what Gabby say there, the best time to invest money is at night.
That's right. Be sure you pick the right brokers. Otherwise they'll have to pick you. You get the wrong brokers, you're up against what is known as the cash dividend.
How you think a cash dividend?
Well, you give me your cash, they divvy it up, and that's the end. That's cash dividend if I ever had it. So long, boys. Good luck to you.
Yeah, so long, Gabby.
Goodbye, Gabby. Say, Andy, look in the classified telephone book there under investment brokers and see what you can find.
Yeah, okay, Kingfish.
Yeah, get in there.
Oh, boy, you sure got a break getting all this money.
Yeah, I sure did, didn't I?
Yeah, let me see here now.
Well, what'd you see there?
Oh, here's one. Here's one right here. Morgan Investments. You know something? That must be the famous House of Morgan. Yeah, say Frank Morgan, president.
Yeah. Let me see that number, Andy. I'll call it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Andy, if this investment thing work out like Gabby said it will, I'm going to take the money that I doubled overnight and go into the investment business myself. Yeah, I might take in with me as a money stacker, you know, to keep the money in a nice, neat pile, you know.
Yeah. Oh, boy, I'd like that. I'll take that job.
Wait a minute.
So, Morgan Investment Company, our motto is, what have you got to lose? Morgan speaking.
Is this Mr. Morgan himself?
Are you an investor or investigator?
I was an investor.
Oh, you are? Well, this is Morgan himself, then. What can I do for you?
Miss Morgan, I has got $400 to invest, and I was interested in your overnight profit doubling department.
400? Oh, well, our department is interested in you, too.
I has heard good things about the House of Morgan, you see.
The House of Morgan? You think I'm... Oh, yes. Yes, speaking for the House of Morgan, I'll be personally delighted to take I'll take care of your $400. Suppose you come over to my place sometime at your convenience. No rush, say in about 6 minutes.
We'll make it as fast as we can.
Welcome to the House of Morgan. Sit down, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Brown, make yourself at home.
Thank you, Miss Morgan. Funny thing, this ain't exactly how I pictured a big investment broker's office was going to look.
Yeah, me neither. You know something, Kingfish? Judging from the furniture, my office could almost pass for the House of Morgan.
Well, now, you see, boys, this is the little unpretentious office where I started in business 40 years ago, and I've always kept it. Keeps me from getting a big head. And I've also found it an excellent place to get over one. But, Mr. Stevens, let's get down to the matter of the money I'm going to invest for you. Now, the stock I've got in mind for you is Brazilian brass, selling at 20 1/4. It's a great buy, but you've got to move fast.
Brazilian brass?
Yes.
Don't seem like I ever heard of that.
What? You never heard of the brass mines of Brazil?
I ain't never heard no brass mines no place.
You've never heard of brass mines? Never heard of brass mines? My good man, you believe me if I told you I saw these brass mines with my very own eyes.
I would believe you.
You would? Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I saw these mines under peculiar circumstances. When it first became known that pure, refined brass was being mined in a raw state, it immediately struck me as a great investment possibility. Rather than venture blindly into an unknown field, several other investment bankers and myself decided to take a trip to the Brazilian brass mines. After weeks and weeks of misery and hardship, our travels brought us to the headquarters of the Amazon.
The traveling was pretty tough, huh?
Well, it was until we got out of the United States. Having arrived at our ultimate destination, we lost no time fulfilling the purpose of our mission. And by the way, these mines were actually mountains of solid brass, honeycombed with tunnels. What a picturesque, thrilling sight it was that first morning as the sun rose. Literally thousands of natives out there polishing the foothills.
Mr. Morgan, you mean to say there was a mountain there of solid brass?
Mountain? There's a mountain range stretching away as far as the eye can reach. A shimmering line of brass. Reminded me of a long brass rail. In fact, one evening I'd had a sip too much of the native goat milk and tried to rest my foot on it.
Goat milk, huh?
Yes.
That investment sounds great all right, Miss Morgan, but As long as I only invest in overnight, I'd kind of like to keep the money in this country, you see.
Yes, sir. I is crazy about brass stock, too, Mr. Morgan. Only thing is, we want to invest in something that ain't going to turn green on us.
Green, yes, I see. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me call and get the latest quotation on Brazilian brass.
Yeah, phone him there and find
As I told you an hour ago, it was 20 and a quarter. I'd like to see you get in on this before it goes too high.
Yeah.
What's Brazilian brass?
When you hear the tone, the time will be 5:34 1/2.
Yes. Well, it's just as I told you. It's up to 34 1/2. And, incidentally, it's getting late.
34 and a half. You think it's going higher?
Every minute.
Here's my $400, Mr. Morgan. Get me as much of it as you can, and I'll see you tomorrow. Brother Andy, this is the smartest move I've ever made.
Well, the Kingfish has invested his $400 with Frank Morgan, who he thinks is a reputable investment counsel. As the Kingfish told Andy, he plans to take the profit from the deal and open up an investment business of his own, taking Andy in with him. It's the following morning, and Andy is already 2 hours deep in the investment business. He's just returned to the office and is talking to his new part-time secretary.
You know, Miss Blue, this investment business is going to make my office here the Wall Street of Harlem. Tell me this, was there any calls while I was out?
Yeah, sir, there was one, Mr. Brown. A man named Roberts called.
Oh, great, yeah. What do he want to invest in?
I don't know. All he said was that your laundry won't be ready for 4 weeks.
Maybe I better invest in some underwear and shirts myself. You know, this investment business is sure getting off to a slow start. But as soon as we get that money, things will start rolling around here.
Yes, I think money is certainly nice to have in a business.
Yeah, well, what I'm going to do is start lining up some investors. Miss Blue, take a letter to the Harlem Bank.
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown. I'll get my coat.
Wait a minute. No. I want to write it. Wait a minute. You can take a letter in shorthand, can't you?
Well, yeah. Yes, I can if you want me to, but I don't think it's always wise. There'll be a lot of people that can't read my shorthand.
But after you get it in shorthand, you could write it on the typewriter, couldn't you?
No, sir. You see, I was one of the people that can't read it.
All right. Forget the letter. One thing you can do around here, though, is answer the telephone. Being the big executive, I ain't supposed to answer the phone even when I is here. You has got to take all the calls and then find out whether I is in or not.
Yeah, sir, Mr. Brown.
And another thing, wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Andy.
Hold it, Kingfish. Miss Blue, what did I just tell you? Take this call and find out if I is in, will you?
Yeah. Hello. Mr. Brown, stenographer speaking.
What's the matter? Did he faint?
I'll see if he's in.
Yeah, he must be on the floor there someplace. Look around there for him.
Is you in, Mr. Brown?
Is I in? Yeah, I guess so. This is a mess. Hello, Kingfish.
Hello, Andy. What's going on over there?
Oh, I'm just trying to get things organized here.
Yeah, well, try to hold yourself in a little, Andy. The way it looked to me, we is over-organized now.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Miss Blue, you go in the back office and practice up on your shorthand, will you?
Yeah, sir, Mr. Brown.
Hello. What's on your mind, Kingfish?
Say, Andy, can you meet me here at the Lodge Hall in about 10 minutes? It's time for us to go down and see this fellow Morgan and get our money.
Oh, yeah. It ought to be up to around $800 now. $800 by now. I'll be there, Kingfish.
Okay, Andy. So long.
Oh, boy, this show is going to be a tough.
Hello, Andy. How is you?
Oh, hello there, Shorty. Where's you been for the last few days?
Well, you see, I had to go over to the... I took the train. I rode the bus to... when I got there, you see, I had to go to see... I ain't been nowhere.
For a second there, it sounded like you was going on a world tour. Glad you dropped in, though, Shorty, because I got some good news.
Yeah, I was always glad to hear good news, Andy.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Kingfish done bought some Brazilian brass stock yesterday from a fellow by the name of Frank Morgan. Now, the man is doubling our money overnight, and we're going to pick up the profit this morning. And then me and the Kingfish is going in the investment business ourselves.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing for you to do, all right, yeah.
Yeah, well, first thing we want to do is to take all the money that you has done earned and invest it for you. How much you got?
Well, in cash in the bank, I got in stocks, I got in bonds, I done saved. In real estate, I owned. I would get. I ain't got a dime.
Well, Shorty, get some money, will you? Get some money. Oh, say, I got to go over and meet the Kingfish and help him carry his money home. Oh, hello, Amos. Hello there. Yeah.
Hi, Andy. Say, where you going?
Well, I was in a hurry, Amos. I got to be running along. I'll see you later.
Okay, son. Say, that boy really in a rush, ain't he, Shorty? Where's he going?
Well, the Kingfish and Andy done invested some money, and they think they're going to double it overnight, and they're going down now to get the money.
Oh, ain't they done learned yet that you can't double your money overnight? Guys, anybody that would tell them that must be out of the head or a crook, one of the two.
Well, then with the profits, they're going in the investments business. And Andy wanted to invest my life savings for me, but I fooled him. I threw him off the track. I told him I was broke.
Yeah, well, you done the smart thing, Shorty.
Yeah, I told him that, but I really got 89 cents.
Now, look here. I is going to find out about this deal from Andy's secretary, and if there's anything suspicious about it, I is going to the police. Shorty, did Andy tell you what his broker's name was?
Oh, yeah, he told me. He said his name was Frank Blass. I mean Brazilian Morgan. Blass. Brazilian. He didn't say.
Hello, ticket office. This is Frank Morgan. I called up earlier about a reservation to Chicago. When can I pick it up?
In about 3 months.
Well, that's fine. 3 months? Well, I've got to leave town tonight. I should be out of here now.
Is this trip really necessary?
Necessary? Really, brother? You have no idea. I don't want the police... now listen here, you young pipsqueak. Hello? Hello? Hung up on me. Maybe I'd better call the bus company and see if they can...
Hello, Mr. Morgan. Hello there.
Hello, Brown. Stevens. I was just thinking about you.
See, you got all your luggage here, Miss Morgan. Going out of town, huh?
Well, yes, I've got to get away for a while. It's a bad climate here. I've got to go to a colder place.
But it's winter. It ain't hot here now.
Well, I know, but it is for me.
Well, if you were in a hurry, we'll get right down to business, Miss Morgan. Now, we done come over here to see you about a thing. You see, you done had the money overnight, and we just dropped in for the $800.
Oh, yes, $800. Well, there's a little matter I want to explain to you about this Brazilian brass.
Yeah.
You see, your stock, being a Brazilian security, must be registered prior to resale on the foreign exchange. After which a certificate of beneficial interest is issued in your name and impounded through escrow as a first lien debenture with prorated accruals.
Yeah. Look like he got a hold of some more of that goat's milk than me. I don't know.
Yeah, we better come back later.
Look, Miss Morgan, about the $800.
Yeah, now, it's very simple, boys. You see, there's also a proxy that's hypothecated upon the refunding equipment represented by the scrip dividends held in the voting trust and as non-negotiable fiduciaries.
Miss Morgan, is you speaking Brazilian by any chance there to her?
You mean you didn't understand what I said?
Not a word.
Well, that's maybe I was speaking Brazilian. Boys, I'm just trying to tell you that I can't give you your money back. Unfortunately, you're completely wiped out.
Yeah, but Mr. Morgan, now, wait just a minute, Mr. Morgan here. I gotta have this money. That's fire insurance money that my wife, Sapphire, gonna buy new furniture with. Claire it is. Yeah, so she's waiting to buy it now. We done had a fire up at my place. I live on 135th Street, and she'd kill me if I don't bring that money back.
Yes, wives are always buying furniture. It's a pity they can't buy any stock. I'm sorry, Stevens. You're wiped out.
Oh, but wait a minute, Sheriff.
Mr. Morgan?
Oh.
I figured I'd find you here.
Hello, officer.
Well, luggage. Looks like I got here just in time.
You have? You did? Well, I'll be with you in a minute, officer. Stevens, hand me that direct phone to the stock exchange.
Oh, this one here, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Hello, what's Brazilian brass? Thank you. Goodbye. Boys, your stock's made a wonderful recovery. I can give you back your money and a nice profit of $100.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, I'll count it out here. 100, 200, 300. By the way, officer, what can I do for you?
Would you like to buy a couple of tickets to the policeman's ball?
The policeman's ball. Well, guess what I saw? Well, never mind what I thought. I'd love to go. For a minute, I thought I might be tied up. Come back tomorrow, and I'll buy 12 tickets.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Yes. Well, boys, I've got to be going along.
Wait a minute, Mr. Morgan. You didn't finish counting out the money there.
Oh, well, now, let's not be too hasty. I have a sneaking feeling about that stock. You know, that market goes up and down pretty fast. Hand me the phone.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Hello, what's the latest quotation on Brazilian brass? Oh, thank you. Goodbye. Boys, it's moved down again. This time you're really wiped out.
Mr. Morgan, any chance of holding that thing steady till we get paid?
Stevens, when you play the stock market, you've got to expect the thing.
Hello, Amos. Hello, what are you doing here?
Hello there, fellas. I hope we ain't too late.
Now, just a minute, my good man. That officer with you, is he here to sell tickets to the policeman's ball?
No, Morgan. I'm here on business.
Hand me the phone. No, wait a minute. That's not necessary. I'm beginning to know the trend of that stock. Yeah. You've got a profit again. Here's your $500.
Amos, you great. Yeah, I'll go tell you something that you brought the policeman here just in the nick of time.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I certainly is glad I did, fella.
And as for you, Morgan, it looks like this is all straightened out, so I won't pull you in. But from now on, watch your step.
Oh, now, officer, you're talking to a reformed man. Please, officer, believe me. I couldn't do anything like that. Now, believe me, from now on, I'll never sell anything that I wouldn't sell to my own dear brother. By George, I wonder if my brother's got any money.
Now, look here, honey. Is you going to start all over again harping on me for investing that money instead of depositing in the bank?
Now, George, that was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard.
Yeah, but I done made a clean breast of it, and you got the $500 back instead of $4.
Yeah, but you ought to know when somebody's trying to put something over on you. You men never get good things.
Oh, honey, please. Now, you done busted a vase over my head when I told you about it this morning, and I done give you all the money. I done had my punishment, so let's forget it.
Well, I will this time.
Yeah, you say you done ordered the furniture already, huh? Where'd you buy it?
Well, a furniture salesman just happened to drop by the house, and the way he described it, it sounded so good that I paid him in advance. And we ought to get it in about a week.
Yeah, what kind of furniture, and who is the man?
It's Brazilian furniture, and the man was named Frank Morgan.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at the same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Frank Morgan, who appeared through the courtesy of Maxwell House Coffee. For fun and frolic, tune in next Thursday evening to Maxwell House Coffee Time with Frank Morgan, Cass Daly, and Robert Young.
From New York, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Sam.
George and Gracie. Spam, whoa boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns, Gracie Allen on the show where the dog can straw. The singing glee with the smoothies three. To start the fun, here's Jimmy Wallington.
Another Monday night at your house, and time for Burns and Allen, and time for you to discover the way women all over the country have learned how to give the family a breakfast that is different. Serve Spam fried. Spam is tender, tasty meat,
A perfect blend of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and ham cooked to a savory goodness. Made only by Hormel, Spam is packed in a handy can, so all you do is open it, cut off slices of Spam, and fry quickly in a hot pan. Serve sizzling hot with eggs or a stack of wheat cakes, and you'll start the family off in the morning with a meal that sticks to the ribs. Try Spam fried, the quickest, tastiest breakfast you've had in many a day. But start right and get the real thing. Be sure to ask your food dealer for SPAM. Spam. And look who's here, your two delightful Spam stars, George and Gracie.
Thank you very, very much. 1st of August in the middle of July. The afternoon was wet and the morning was dry.
Gracie, you're in a very, very gay mood tonight.
Gay mood? Well, sure I'm in a gay mood. Everybody's in a gay mood today. Today's the day.
Today's the day.
St. Patrick's Day.
I see.
Most wonderful day in the year, and I'm not saying that because I'm Irish.
Oh, no.
Of course, I'm only Irish on my mother and father's side.
I say. Only on your mother and father's
Yeah,
side.
and that goes for them, too.
I see what you mean, yeah.
Oh, I can just see my uncle tonight with his top hat and his frock coat looking into the mirror to see if his black eye is on straight. Was on the 31st of August
in the middle of July. I'll bet your family was in good spirits tonight.
Oh, and vice versa. Oh, George. George, I marched in the Fifth Avenue Parade today. It was the St. Patrick's Day Parade, you know.
I know, I was born in New York. I've seen those parades.
What excitement.
Every year you have those parades.
Yeah, what excitement.
Born
what
here,
music,
you know.
what
Yes.
glamour, what bargains at Bergdorf Goodman's window, what crowd.
Wait a minute. Bergdorf Goodman's window?
Yeah, what crowd.
Even the parade didn't stop you from window shopping?
Oh, no. Oh, and this is kind of cute, George. A floor walker was peeking out of the window, and he was flirting with me.
Flirting with you?
Well, I sort of looked at him, and he winked back at me. And,
he winked back at you.
Yes.
I see.
And, you know, he looked
You didn't wink at him first.
No.
Did you ever wank at anybody?
No. No, he just looked at me, and you know who he looks like? He looks like that movie star with a big mouth, you know, Joey Green. He was sort of tall.
Joey Green?
Yes, he was sort of
I say
tall.
it's Joey Brown.
Not on St. Patrick's Day.
It was on the 31st of August in the middle of July. So you were in the parade today, huh?
Oh, yes. And it stopped at 57th Street, and we had a 2-hour demonstration.
A 2-hour demonstration?
Yes. There was a traffic light there, and every time it turned green, we cheered.
I see what you mean, yes.
And every time it turned red, we booed.
You
We
booed?
had more
Gracie,
fun.
I'll bet there must have been a lot of booze.
Oh, no booze. Nobody was drinking. It was on the
31st of August in the middle of July. Oh, no booze. Oh, stop, Gracie. I'm getting so hoarse I can hardly talk above a whiskey.
Yeah. Oh, just imagine, George.
Do you Hennessy what I mean?
George, just imagine.
That's a three-star joke.
Just
Got
imagine.
another joke later that I'll use for chaser.
George, just imagine. Little me of all people leading such a big parade. 80,000 Irishmen following me. 79,000 were policemen.
I see what you mean.
There was I with the baton in my left hand.
Gracie, in the first place, I don't believe you were leading the parade.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Well, I wasn't exactly leading the parade. I was sort of up in front, more like in the middle.
Oh, in the middle.
Well, more towards the end, sort of like last.
Like last, yes.
It was a great parade, they tell me. I'm sorry I missed it.
You missed it?
On the 31st of August in the middle of...
Stop.
Well, I didn't exactly miss it. What happened was, I was on the sidewalk, and there was a little fellow who couldn't see the parade, so I put him on my shoulder.
A little fellow.
Yeah, Mayor LaGuardia. And he...
Wait a minute.
So I
Mayor LaGuardia?
Yeah, it was on the
31st of August in the middle of July. Look, I've had enough of this parade and enough of the song.
And, George, during the parade, there were men selling shamrocks, green ice cream, furniture, clay pots,
They were
canes.
selling furniture?
Yeah, a man came up to me and he said, lady, will you give me 25 cents for a bed? And I said to him, I said, now listen to me,
Gracie,
my good man.
Just a second.
I
If you
said-
don't mind pausing, I have a line.
Well,
A very big one. Gracie, the man was a panhandler.
no, he was only handling beds.
Oh, he didn't have any pens.
Well, I couldn't tell. He had on long overcoat.
Overcoat.
It was
Just
on the 31st of August in the
All right, please.
Say, Gracie, whenever you meet a panhandler, why don't you do what I do? I just brush them off.
Well, Jimmy, with your mustache, you can do it.
No, what I mean is, Gracie, I don't give him any cash. Now, just the other day, I met a man who said, Mister, I'm starving. Would you help me?
Oh, isn't that silly? Why should you help him starve?
I didn't, Gracie, I didn't. I just reached in my pocket, opened my wallet, and gave him a can of Spam.
You keep Spam in your wallet?
Oh, sure. It doesn't need refrigeration.
Well, keep on with this wallet. Another joke like that, and this program will fold up.
Well, anyway, after the parade...
That's the chaser.
Well, anyway, after the parade, Artie Shaw took me home, and we were sitting in the living room, and I said, Artie...
Artie Shaw took you home?
Yes, and I said, Artie...
Didn't I tell you to break up this romance?
Yes, and I said, Artie...
Oh, stop with that, Artie. Artie, were you out with Gracie again last night?
Sure, it was on the 31st of August.
Oh, fine. Gracie, try to get this through that silly head of yours. You've got to split this thing up. Business and romance don't mix.
Well, I guess you're right, George. You just can't mix business with romance.
Well, it's about time you realized it.
So, we'll take the romance and give you the business. Hello.
Hello. Well, I give up.
It was on the 31st of August in the middle of July.
Is that the right key?
The afternoon was wet and the morning it was dry.
You might as well finish it.
I met a fair young lady sitting under an old oak tree.
Pretty.
And give the word I said to her, and the same she said to me.
Well, I didn't know you could dance, Gracie. I certainly was.
Well, George, it looks like you and Gracie are washed up for good. Brother, ever since she and Artie started to say, plow, I knew you were a dead duck.
Yeah, Jimmy, I better break that romance up. It's lasted longer than the snow on the streets in New York. And I know how to break it up. I'll use system number 3.
System number 3? What's that?
The old sympathy gag. It's bound to work with Gracie. Watch. Gracie.
Well, just a minute. Oh, that was wonderful, Artie. But the next time you hug me, I wish you'd take the clarinet out of your mouth. What is it, George?
Gracie, I've got something to say to you, and please try to understand. I want you to know it's not because I'm jealous. We've been together for years, and you just can't tear down everything that we've built up in just one day.
Oh, well, how long will it take?
Gracie, remember the first time I met you?
Mm-hmm.
We were just kids then.
That's right.
You'll have to admit I wasn't selfish. If I had anything, didn't you always get it?
Yeah, until I was vaccinated.
Remember when I took you to the ice cream parlor and we had a strawberry soda?
Mm-hmm.
You may not believe it, but that day I fell in love.
Really?
I felt so silly I couldn't look at the soda clerk. It was love at first sight.
No, I don't blame you, George. He was very cute soda clerk.
No. I mean, I fell in love with you, Gracie.
Oh, so that's why you paid for my soda.
And, Gracie, that childhood romance ripened into, well, it isn't just friendship. It isn't just a passing fancy. It isn't just a partnership. Do you know what it is?
Oh, does it hang from the season of ceiling and whistle?
Does it hang from the season and whistle?
No, ceiling.
Gracie, boys, a little soft music. Maybe that'll help. Thanks, fellas. Gracie, remember that little tea room on 6th Avenue that we used to go to?
The one where they have the candlelight and the gypsy music?
Yeah, that's the place.
Oh, it makes my heart beat faster when I think of it.
Oh, I see. You still remember it.
Remember it. I was there last night with Artie.
Hello. All right, boys, stop it. I've had enough. Gracie, don't you understand? I've been talking to you until I'm blue in the face.
Oh, please, George Green. It's St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going outside. I've got another system.
I'll go with you, George. I want to get you some tonic.
Tonic? Why?
To fix up your system.
Oh, poor George. I hope he doesn't jump off the Empire State Building.
Yeah, wouldn't that be awful? He hasn't got a coat and he might catch cold.
Yeah.
Senor Shaw, would you like some advice?
What kind of advice?
Well, if I were in your place, and if you take my advice, I will be. Why don't you and Miss Allen elope?
But, Senor Lee, if I elope with Artie, who'll take care of the band?
Let them get their own girls.
Artie, I think Senor Lee's got a cute idea. Let's elope just this once, huh? Well, look, we'll elope from the El Morocco tonight. It's just the place. It's on the ground floor, so we won't need a ladder.
El Morocco. Why not the Store Club?
Store Club? Well, Artie, maybe in a year.
Hey, listen, everybody, this'll kill you.
What?
I just overheard George call up a theatrical agency, and he asked them to send over an actress to pretend she's George's girlfriend.
Well, why?
To make love to George and make Gracie jealous.
Well, say, that's a swell idea. And I'll bet she'll get jealous, too. She's probably a very jealous type if it's the same Gracie Allen. Oh, pardon me, it's me.
Listen, Jimmy, I know what we can do. Let's double-cross George and cancel the girl on him.
Double-cross George?
Yep, and I can get a girl to take her place.
Oh, gee, that would be a swell surprise for George.
Hey, look, wait a minute. Oh, I've got just the girl. Wallington, go out and call Stillman's Jim.
Stillman's Jim?
Yeah. This dame happens to be a lady wrestler.
A lady wrestler?
Yeah, just ask for Grappling Gertie.
Okay.
A lady wrestler? I've never seen a lady wrestler. Oh, I hope he falls for her. You know, I know once in Cleveland...
What are you two talking about?
Nothing. On the 31st of August in the middle of July. The afternoon was wet and the morning it was dry.
I talked to a fair young lady just now on the telephone.
And she's coming here from Stillman's Gym, and she will break your ball.
Sweet Chariot, played by Artie Shaw, the 52nd Street Romeo, who's going to be surprised when he gets a kick in the balcony. And by the way, Artie,
Hey, everything's okay, Artie. I made the switch.
Switch? What switch?
The thing under his now is a switch, you know. He made it. You thought it was real, huh? It isn't. Jimmy, take it off and wait for the George.
Oh, quiet. Hello. It's for you, Jimmy.
Oh, gee, I hope it is. Hello? Who's this? Oh, Artie, don't worry, it's okay. Yes, this is Jimmy Wallington speaking. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm very sorry I can't be there. No. No, well, you see, I've got a date with a plate. Yes, that's right. Sorry. Goodbye.
Jimmy, did I hear you say you got a date with a plate?
That's right, George. You see, there's a very tired dinner plate.
Oh, a plate that goes out and stays out late. I see what you mean.
Yes, that's it. In fact, there are thousands of dinner plates all over the country, and they're very tired of the same thing for dinner. Very tired. So here's a suggestion I'm going to make when I date the plate. A suggestion that not only makes the plates on your table happy, but a meal that makes the family say, this is a swell dinner. All you do is open a can of Spam. You're sure of success because Spam is tender, taste-tempting meat with a delicious flavor. Then put the Spam in a shallow baking dish, slip it into the oven, and bake for a few minutes according to the easy recipe on the label. Plan a meal around baked Spam, and you'll take to the table a main course distinctive in meaty flavor and filled with lip-smacking satisfaction. Give your family baked Spam tomorrow. The easiest to get, best-to-eat dinner you've had in a long time. Originated and made only by Hormel, Spam is a perfect combination of juicy pork shoulder and tender ham. Delicious meat with extra goodness. To be sure of a meal that makes a hit, remember to insist on Spam, S-P-A-M, when you shop tomorrow.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Oh, thanks, Artie. And Artie, can you picture us a few years from now, a little place in the country?
Yeah, vine-covered cottage.
A little mortgage covering the vines.
That's right. And you're in the living room eating a box of chocolate?
Yes, while you're in the kitchen standing over a hot clarinet.
Well, you know, I agree with you two. There's nothing like love. And I'm the one who knows.
Well, George, now don't tell me you're in love.
It was on the 31st of August in the middle of July.
George, how long have you known this girl?
Well, we went to school together. Where'd you meet her? She's like a piece of Dresden china. As a matter of fact, she was so fragile that we boys used to call her Twinkle Toes.
Oh.
Boy, I bet she's beautiful, huh, George?
Oh, yes, and what a voice.
Oh, probably like Nelson Eddy.
Nelson Eddy?
Well, maybe not exactly like Nelson Eddy. Maybe more like a half Nelson Eddy.
A half Nelson Eddy? Listen, what's going on here?
Senor Burns, I have a little information. I hate to be a rat, but Mickey Mouse is doing bad.
Senor, what's this information?
Are you asking me as just the guitar player?
Yes.
I know nothing. But now ask me as the new leader of the band.
I think I see what you mean.
And throw in a little cash.
All right, you're the new leader of the band, and I'll give you $5. What do you know?
Who'll make it 6?
I will.
I know nothing.
You know nothing, huh? Well, you're all jealous.
You know, George, I know just how you feel when you meet an old flame. Well, I just happened to meet today. As a matter of fact, this girl is just as dainty and fragile as your Twinkle Toes.
Dresden china?
Dresden china? Suppose she was Dresden slacks. What difference does it make what she's Dresden? Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy. I said the wrong thing.
Well, you see, George, my girl is a little Spanish girl.
Spanish girl? Spanish.
Well, I did that for the sponsor.
Oh, spam instead of spam.
And, George, you know, when she looked at me today, she said, hello, tall, dark, and ham meat.
Ham meat?
Yeah, I did that for the sponsor.
Oh, I see, Jimmy.
You know, before I left, I kissed her for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, huh?
That I did for myself.
Oh. Boy, what a kisser.
Yeah, he certainly has.
Oh, quiet, quiet. Well, here she is. Now you'll see something. Come in.
Well, George, Twinkle Toes is here.
Twinkle Toes? Say, you've changed. Don't you remember me? I'm George Burns.
Hello, George.
Oh, my, what a beautiful voice. What a wonderful ring. But then again, it should be. She's in it half the time.
Twinkle Toes, I'm certainly glad to see you.
I'm sorry I'm late, George. I was a little tied up.
Well, Twinkle Toes, it's like old times, isn't it? When you left home, did you tell your mother who you were going to meet tonight?
Zabisco.
Zabisco?
Well, George, Zabisco. I read that on the night chart when I had my eyes examined this morning. It said Z-Y.
Well?
Z-Y, I need glasses?
Well, look, I've had enough of this silly stuff.
Well, Artie, George and Twinkle Toes want to be alone.
Well, we do. What do you think of that? Twinkle Toes?
What is it, lover?
Remember when we were kids?
Yeah.
Remember those romantic nights under the stars?
Yeah.
Remember when I carried your books to school?
Yeah.
Remember when she carried you?
Yeah.
You know, Twinkle Toes, when I first fell for you, it wasn't just your looks that attracted me. It wasn't just your personality. It wasn't just your mind. Do you know what it was?
Does it hang from the ceiling and whistle?
Oh, quiet.
Go ahead, tell me more about that love stuff, George.
Yeah, go ahead and tell her, Lenny. Oh, quiet. Gracie, will you take Artie away from here?
Well, Artie, George is right. Nobody should interfere with lovers. Lovers should be left alone. It's very rude to interfere. George, let me tell you how to do it. Now, Twinkle Toes, you stand over here, and George, you stand over there.
Okay, who's the referee?
Referee? Wait a minute. Is this a love match or a wrestling match?
There's a difference?
What's going on here?
Well, now we'll begin, and you don't have to worry, because I know plenty about love. You see, I used to be an usherette in the balcony at the Roxy.
I say it.
Now, Twinkle Toes, the first thing you do is grab George in your arms. Do you understand?
Well, to be frank, no.
Oh, I'm not going to like this.
Oh, how silly of me. Oh, I know how to get you together. Here we go.
Stay away. Stay away, Twinkle Toes. Oh.
Isn't that cute? George's first crush.
Wait a minute. Are you the girl that was sent over here by that theatrical agency?
No, somebody phoned me at Stillman's gym. I'm Grappling Grady, known as the glamorous gorilla.
How did that girl get here? Gracie, how did this girl get here?
Well, she must have walked. The buses are on strike, you know. Isn't it awful, George? You know, I always say...
Oh, stop.
Stop. No, only when I get off.
Oh, quiet. Well, a fine trick for a bunch of grown-up people to play on their boss. What a thing to do. It isn't honorable. It isn't fair. It isn't cricket. It isn't sporting. Do you know what it is?
Does it hang from the ceiling?
Oh, quiet. Now Gracie will sing, Let's Get Away From It All. That was a fine
I'm so tired of the cell routine. Up to town on the 8:15. Back at night, off to bed, and then get up and start it all over again. Let's take a boat to Bermuda. Let's take a plane to St. Paul. Let's take a kayak to Quincy or Nyack. Let's get away from it all. Let's take a trip in a trailer. No need to come back at all. Let's take a powder to Boston for chowder. Let's get away from it all. We'll travel round from town to town. We'll visit every state. I'll repeat I love you, sweet, in all the 48. Let's go again to Niagara. This time we look at the fall. Let's leave our hut, dear, get out of a rut, dear. Let's get away from it all. What do you say we toddle away to Ipswich? What do you care about the fair? Where is Ipswich? It would be a novelty to switch to Ipswich scenery. Let's get away from it all. Maybe we'll pack and track it to Yakasaki, where they are free and happy and being wicky-wacky. Like the Yakasaki do, we could wicky-wacky too. Let's get away from it all. Love will get a brand new start on some island that we never saw. I want to be there with my heart if Artie's name is Shaw. What do you know? We pack up and go to Scrum Scram. If you were slick, we better leave quick before old Scrum Scram's the way the maps have changed. You say it may not be there Saturday. Babe, what do you say to it? Let's name the day for it and let's get away from it all.
Friends, Spam, S-P-A-M, a perfect blend of pork shoulder and tender ham, has become a word in the American language that means downright delicious food. Originated and made only by Hormel, Spam is now used by millions of families regularly. This tender meat has a flavor all its own and is ready to eat as soon as you open the handy can. Spam has dozens of uses. Serve it cold, bake Spam for dinner, fry slices for breakfast. Promise yourself you'll try one new way to serve Spam tomorrow. Use the easy recipes on the label. You'll soon discover serving Spam cold or hot is a quick, thrifty way to give your family grand-tasting meat. Tomorrow when you shop, ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M, Spam.
Well, thanks, Jimmy. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Good night. George, I'm going out. Don't I look pretty?
Well, you look pretty. You kind of like flattery, huh?
Sure, I like all the Irish.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? O'Reilly, O'Flanagan, O'Toole,
Good night, folks. Good night.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw, his orchestra, and the Smoothers. Until then, this is Jimmy Wallington reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it, because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.